What's up, chat? It's Thursday. We're getting tactical as if it were a Tuesday because it's basically a holiday for Warhammer 40k. It's DATASLATE Day. The game's fixed. Everything's fine. There are no problems whatsoever. Whoa. This one's going to be a roller coaster for so far, chat. It's absolutely wild, the changes that are being implemented here. We talked about on the Tuesday show and over the course of the week, a lot of potential and rumored changes that were rumored to be in the data slate. And it looks like most of those rumors were correct, which is nuts. So the face of the game, not only the balance of individual factions, but also the core rules have been significantly changed. It's been a roller coaster ride. I think there are some changes that are great. There are some changes that are kind of nonsensical and confusing. But let's frickin' dive into it. It's tactical. It's Tactical Thursday. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm surprised at the breadth of how far they went, honestly. I didn't expect too many core rules changes. I didn't expect too many, I didn't expect the changes to go too deep into factions, and we got so many changes. So let's talk about them. So far, I have gone through the balanced data slate for the most part. I haven't gone through every single thing in depth. But I have not gotten through the Munitorum field manual yet because it wasn't posted until about 5 minutes ago. So let's dive in and freaking talk about this thing. Yeah, whoa. All right, so big, huge changes. Devastating wounds. First off, get fucked, Terminator Chaplains. You're dead now. Devastating wounds only work. All they do is ignore invulnerable saves now. If you roll a critical wound on a devastating wound weapon, you can't take saving throws, not just invulnerable saves, also armor saves. You can, however, take feel no pain still. However, because it's not a mortal wound, anti-mortal wound technology does not affect devastating wounds anymore. They're just normal damage that is applied past your saves. So essentially, effectively, they can't spill over. A devastating wound just automatically converts, but it only does damage to the one model being assigned the damage. It doesn't split. For the most part, that's good, but it does mean that a lot of technology that has been placed into the game to defeat devastating wounds actually doesn't do anything anymore. So that's a little awkward. The old Norn Emissary got a pre-release nerf. Because it's 4+ feel no pain against mortal wounds is very, very edge case now. 90% of the mortal wound application in the game was from devastating wounds, and they no longer do that. So yeah, what gives mortal wounds now? Just stuff that says mortal wounds. So deadly demise. Grey Knights Librarians. So stuff like that basically is where you're gonna get it. So it is mortal wounds are getting out of a destroyed transport. Mortal wounds are now exceedingly rare, extremely rare. So if you have any abilities that say, "Oh, I got a field of pain against mortal wounds," that went from being very valuable to being basically worthless. Pretty wild. This is a great change though. To be honest, I think that there are knock-on effects that are weird and strange. Like we talked about, there's a lot of stuff in the game that's designed to protect against more devastating wounds that doesn't do anything anymore. But this is how it should have been from the beginning. 100%. 100%. The downside is that you lose the cool spalling effect from weapons like railguns, but which I think was also meant to represent their submunitions, right? But I think that is a small price to pay for the mass devastating wounds lists from just killing everything all the time. Now, if you're a single model entity, a single entity unit, you are probably not really affected by this change. Devastating wounds are going to still feel exactly as bad. So, Imperial Knights are going to get mortal wounded, or are going to get devastating wounded just the same. Big vehicles the same. It's only the multi-model units that don't get quite as vaporized by devastating wounds as they did. which, I mean, to be fair, is great. It's a big nerf to Wraith cannons, a big nerf to the Wraith style weapons. Yeah. Alternative is that nothing over damage 3 instead of devastating wounds. Yeah, the weird part is that you, like, there's weirdness if you make, like, devastating wounds capped, and you have the potential where devastating wounds, like, do less damage than a critical wound is less damage than a normal wound, and I don't know. I think that gets too confusing and too complicated to like, actually make work within the rules, and so this is the easier change. And honestly, I think it's fine. You know, they can go up in the future and they can update data sheets if they want to, and if they want to change those weapons that were designed around doing extra damage with critical wounds, they can. But as a blanket change, this doesn't affect most weapons in the game, but it stops multi-damage devastating wounds from being, like, wholly as, like, dangerous as it was to. Especially, I think the worst was, like, heavy infantry. Light infantry stuff, you get a devastating wound, you, like, quadruple your damage, but you kill a bunch of garbage models, right? The tough part was if you had, like, Terminators, and your opponent rolls up, like, a big devastating wound on you, and suddenly you lose, like, 150 points worth of models to a single attack. That was brutal. Absolutely brutal. Rules that modify the CP cost of a stratagem. When you target a particular unit, can only do so for this for a stratagem that targets multiple units if every unit you target has the same ability to modify the CP of a stratagem. Rules that modify the CP cost of a stratagem but do not specify the name can only affect the command point cost of battle tactic stratagems. This does not apply to the Aircast Colossus, Striding Colossus, or Towering Wraith construct abilities. Those are the ones that cause your abilities to increase in cost. Like if you're targeting Warhound Titans, for example. Warhound Titans and like Phantom and Revenant Titans. So, and this is sort of a change across the board, by the way. If you have rules that allow you to duplicate a stratagem, you can only use them on battle tactic stratagems. Which is, I think, I should remind you, I think it affects Overwatch. You can Overwatch for free now, but the list of things you can spend those on is minuscule. Let's go grab the core rules real quick and pull those up. I think we went over it the other day when this rumor was originally posted. It's like Tank Shock, I think, is the only one. So it's only battle tactics. So command reroll, but command reroll doesn't specify a target. So most of those effects are not compatible with command reroll. You can't use command reroll on like Rites of Battle. Not counteroffensive, not epic deed. Yeah. Not bravery, not grenades, not tank shocks, not rapid ingress, not heroic intervention, not smokescreen. Go to ground. And oh no, this is strategic deploy. Just kidding. So you can use it on go to ground. Let's look at a specific faction. So this is a huge change, and I think I'm wholeheartedly not in favor of this change. We talked about it on Tuesday a little bit, but one of the most interesting things about the interaction in 10th edition 40k is that the interaction of free stratagem effect is really cool, in my opinion, because it like makes target selection to counteract the effective defensive stratagems so much more interesting, and it means that both players are active during a shooting phase. The fact that you can't use most of these stratagems anymore is like kind of nuts. So like, let's look at Space Marines, right? You get Armor of Contempt, so that's good. Honor the Chapter. Everything else is strategic. Oh, and Storm of Fire. So I guess it didn't really change Space Marines, to be fair. Space Marines are kind of unaffected. Those are most of the stuff that you use that stuff on anyway. Let's look at Invasion Fleet. That's the other one that uses free strats all the time because of the Hive Tyrant aura. You get Rapid Regen, Adrenal Surge. That's it. So you lost free overrun, fight on death, which honestly didn't come up that much of a... Okay, so I guess it's the defensive stuff. You can only use it on the defensive stuff. So you can't use it on Overwatch specifically. All right. Well, I guess it's not quite as impactful as I thought it was going to be, but it's still huge. And I guess it reduces the effectiveness of offensive duplicated strats, because there is a much smaller pool that you can use those on. What are some of the other ones? Adeptuscustodes got free strats all the time, but I imagine that Arcane Genetic Alchemy is the same. Yeah, it's battle tactic. Okay, well, no, they're all battle. Oh my, wow. Okay, holy shit. You can't use it on Swarm Guardians, I guess, or the bringing a dude back, which is kind of edge case anyway. All right, well, Custodians don't really care. Let's go, shield captains. All right. Yeah, I guess the other question is Genestealer Cults, which also got some huge changes to their core ability. Let's take a look at what they get for battle tactics. So they have coordinated traps, so they're +1 to wound for 2 units onto 1 unit, but they can't use that for free anyway, according to this new FAQ, which I think was the wording of the rules, or the letter of the law previously. And then Perfect Ambush is it. They don't get Tunnel Crawlers. Holy crap, Genestealer Cults get nuked by this. Whoa! A Nexos can't duplicate Tunnel Crawlers. They can't duplicate the Lone Operative strat. Whoa! This faction sucks now. Holy shit. What? That's nuts, dude. Oh, they changed Custodes. They changed Custodes stratagems. I missed that. Let's take a look. They changed Unwavering Sentinels, which is the... Oh, the fight first. Okay, well that's good. Yeah, that's honestly that needed to happen for sure. Okay. Yeah, wow. So, Genestealer Cult, I think getting like absolutely fucking nuked by that. That's nuts. So what's interesting though is that it's going to make the actual type of the category of stratagems much more important, because previously it didn't mean anything. This little piece of text here was so worthless. But now it gives you an extra incentive to have battle tactic stratagems, which is weird. So I think like the first question you're going to ask when you look at a detachment now is, what are your battle tactic stratagems, rather than like, what are your good stratagems? You know, which ones can I get for free? Which is a little bit funky. Now, the question that I have is that yeah, I think this sort of specifies this pretty well. So all of the cost modification, so the stuff that lets you use things for free, is only battle tactics, which also affects offensive CP cost modification. So if you have something like an Agents of Vect or a Rate of Confusion or something like that, you now can only use those on opposing battle tactics. So they've created like 2 classes. You have like first class and second class citizens, right? The battle tactic stratagems are the first class stratagems. Everything else is just like sort of hot garbo.
Imperial Knight Questor's models no longer are affected by bondsman abilities. Points changes need to reflect this.
Whoa! Yeah, I haven't gotten through the faction roles yet. That's nuts. Yeah, you'd need... Also, Towering got some huge changes. I mean, we'll talk about that once we get to this section. Towering is massively changed, which I think ultimately, honestly, is a side grade for Imperial Knights, but we'll see how it ends up. Yeah, I mean, if that's a big change to how Knights operate from a fundamental level, I think the big Knights are significantly weaker. Significantly weaker. That's a huge change. That's enormous. Okay. So it talks about this. Battle tactics stratagems are the only ones that are manipulatable. Everything else you just have to spend rote command points on. You can't duplicate them. You can't get them for free. You can't even debuff them. Fire Overwatch is... Oh, is a strategic ploy now. Yo, it is. We talked about that. Just kidding. I don't know. It was always a strategic ploy. The change is that you can target enemies... Oh, what's up, Inky? How's it going? Here comes Inky, by the way. She's interested in talking about the DATASLATE. Hi. We'll have a little break to talk to a cute cat. So the differences in Overwatch now is that you cannot use it on Titanic units. So I think they're limiting the power of big stuff with a billion guns that gets easy line of sight to things. And you can no longer use it out of line of sight. So you cannot indirect fire Overwatch, which honestly is good. That's how it should have been the whole time. They didn't reduce the range at all. It's still 24 inches. I feel like you could have maybe just reduced the range and called it good, but it is what it is. That is huge to Knights as well. Not being able to Overwatch with the Knight Valiant is fucking brutal because that's like basically the primary use case of that unit. And I think that that's maybe a bridge too far. Like, Knights basically don't interact with the Overwatch mechanics now.
Nice stash, bro.
Clint, thank you for the super chat, my dude. Yeah, I decided a couple weeks ago to grow it out, or not even that long ago, to be honest. And I don't know. Y'all seem to like it, so I might keep it. It's weird. I think a lot of the changes that we'll talk about as well is that they're sort of reducing the power level of these like big, huge units. So you know, the unit size of a lot of things change. These huge Death Star units are no longer taken in as large bricks as you had previously. So they're trying to reduce the power of these single focal point units that would do everything and then Overwatch effectively. But it is really, really awkward for the armies that are composed of those, unless they have a special exemption, but I don't think they do. Insane Bravery got changed. This is a huge deal, especially because we're starting to get into more and more armies that are really focused on Battle Shock mattering. I think I mentioned it on Tuesday, but if you played against the new Tyranids Codex, holy crap, is it Battle Shock City over there. And this was a change that was sort of, I think, asked for by the community to make Battle Shock more impactful because the Insane Bravery stratagem was just so easy. And it's just 1 CP when you make a Battle Shock check, you automatically pass instead of... It's before you take a Battle Shock check, you automatically pass the test. It's also got the once per battle restriction back. I think that that's like... I don't know if you need that, to be honest. The once per battle restriction from 9th edition was like kind of insane, but honestly, the number of times that you actually use this are relatively slim. It does just mean that there are going to be situations if you have units that you need to remain unbattle shocked for specific reasons. You're probably just going to windmill slam and Insane Bravery. But a lot of times you just have to kind of raw dog the leadership checks. That does mean that just taking random battle shock checks are going to be a lot worse, because a lot of times all they would do is basically tax you 1 CP when you would fail it. Making the game a little bit dicier for sure, especially if you have high leadership stuff that could just randomly fail. But it also means that leadership affecting abilities, you know, stuff like Synapse, stuff like there's that Custodes enhancement that makes you once per game auto pass a battle shock check. All that stuff I think is going to be way better, which is, I mean, kind of good. You're making the battle shock affecting abilities of the game better. All right, Ruin Visibility. This is probably a much bigger change than most of the stuff we talked about so far. Aircraft models are the only exemption to the Ruin Visibility rules. So no longer... I'll have to go amend my Ruins and Line of Sight video. Oh, great. That's fun. No longer are towering units automatically able to see through ruined terrain and be seen through ruined terrain. Instead, towering models can see through ruined terrain if they are within the terrain feature. So towering models interact with ruined terrain normally. They are basically now a regular ass unit when it comes to ruined terrain. The only difference is that they no longer need to be wholly within the terrain to see through it. But if they are touching it, the rule still applies that if you're within the terrain, you can be seen normally. But that does mean, and I think this is like it's a pretty big side grade for Knights. Knights can now be hidden behind ruins, and that's fucking huge. What's up, kitty? This change is so good. Like, it's just so good. Towering, even if you were, resilient enough to eat the Alpha Strike from towering units, just the fact that you had to think about like this obnoxious true line of sight the entire time when you're setting up your army at the beginning of the game, it was just so toxic. It was so unfun. It was just like, regardless of how good the matchup was and how effective their shooting was into you, it was like the fact that there was no hiding from them within the ruins on your own side of the table was just so draining. It was just like, I think towering units getting a better, more favorable interaction with ruins, but not being able to ignore the ruins entirely is so good. It'll be interesting to see whether or not aircraft sort of see a little bit more play for that reason. They can't alpha strike because they have to deep strike, but I think especially with the new Tyranid codex, like there's some aircraft builds that you could potentially see, which would be interesting. Overwatch is 24 inches? Yeah, it was always 24 inches for sure. Yeah. You've been playing with 12 inches? Ooh, I mean, that's how it should be. But no, yeah, definitely always been 24 inches. Made putting together terrain for TOs miserable? Yeah. Yeah, you saw people, I know Hellstorm Wargaming had some pictures like this. But you saw people... Oh my god, I'm sorry, chat. Oh. Got something in my nose today. You saw people, like, stapling cardboard boxes on top of the ruins to make them taller so that towering units could just, like, peek idiot line of sight over the top. Oh my god, that's what a positive fucking change. Especially just because it, like, I mean, anything that limits the impact of true line of sight is just big good. Thank you. Yeah, that's awesome. All right, faction rules. So there's just some stuff in here that I absolutely love. Adeptuscustodes, so they changed unit sizes. That was it. Oh my god, I have like a congestion chat. I might have to grab a tissue. Do I have tissues? No. I don't know what's going on with my nose today. What the heck? It's kind of a dry day. I might have dust because I was just outside. All right, so Custodian Guard, Wardens, and Virtus Praetors all had their max unit size reduced. Wardens go to 4 to 5. Were Wardens 3 to 5 before? It's kind of weird. I don't think you'd ever take a 3-man of Wardens, but a little bit strange. Where's that? I just had that data sheet up. Custarders. They were 3 to 6. What a random point size. Okay. But now they're the same unit composition size as Custodian Guard. That seems fine. I'm gonna be honest. It's kind of weird because it wholesale sort of removes a archetype from Custodians, because a lot of times you would see Custodians and they were either like an MSU or like a 4-5-man brick, like composition with like 2 grav tanks, or just like the 30 dudes and 3 big bricks, to make their character attachments more efficient. And it's kind of obnoxious that the big brick archetype was they just like cut it out. They just took a scalpel and we're just like, we don't like this. Just hack it away. It feels a little inelegant, I guess, because what you really want to do is like, if that's already, sort of a way the thing works, just disincentivize it by like making them more expensive or like, making the characters less impactful. It's weird that they would just like wholesale remove it, but in my opinion, the lists that ran 4 or 5 5-man units rather than like 2 or 3 10-man units were better anyway. So I'm not even sure that this is like that impactful of a change to Custodes. It's just weird that they would like excise an entire list archetype. Which probably feels extra weird because Custodes also don't have that many archetypes to begin with because they don't have that many model types to begin with, right? Like, the Bikers got a little bit of change, but I don't think it's good enough to actually make them better because their data sheet's really bad. But the other units, like, you just always, like, windmill slam 5 dudes with the character in them. And it's a little bit frustrating. And then, like, 2 Gladius Grav tanks and whatever. Skitarii Rangers. 4+ armor save, 5+ invulnerable save. Love that. I think it looks like Adeptus Mechanicus also got a ton of points changes as well. And I think that probably also happened to Custodes. So, AdMech looking much better. Especially because you're already incentivized to take billions and billions of Skitarii. Just the fact that they were guardsman equivalent defensive profiles was, like, so weird. Because they were expensive. You were, like, basically locked into taking, like, 30 of them at least in order to fuel the battle line matter synergies. So, +1 to their saving throws is fucking rad. Pun intended, chat. Phantasm, let's go! Phantasm has been nerfed. You can only target infantry with it. Not even mounted. Specifically infantry. So still good at keeping the little things alive, but you can no longer use it on Avatars of Cain. You can no longer use it on the Incarn. You can no longer use it on Wraith Knights. You can use it on Wraith Guard. And I'm actually kind of curious to see if their points have increased. They went up 3 points. We just playing Wraith Guard again, chat? Is it the age of the Wraith Guard? No other mechanical changes to Eldari. I actually didn't get that many points changes. I don't... Eldar might still be good, to be honest. We'll see. We'll have to see. At least that Wraith Guard unit can't then one-shot like 30 infantry by devastating wounding their guns a bunch of times. Whew, at least there's that. My most ludicrous units in 40k video is aging poorly already. Exaction squads got a huge nerf. You have to take 9 exactions instead of 4 plus the unit champion. So you can now, you basically have to take the contents of the kill team box. You can't take just a 5-man and, like, split the kill team box into 2 little units. And I think they also, did they get a points change as well? Probably. Oh, yeah, look at that. 11 points a model up from 7. Whoa! They increased, like, 50% in points value. Yeah. RIP the exaction squad. The poor policemen. They sold all their kill team boxes, and now they're like, get these dudes out of here. We don't want these anymore. Oh, man. They got nuked from fucking orbit. Holy crap. Death Guard. Brand new detachment rule. This is super cool. I love to see changes like these. These are awesome. During the declare battle formation step. Yeah, it's start of game. That's not that exciting. I was hoping this would be like start of your command phase or start of the battle round, but it is start of battle formation, so it's a compositional change basically. You choose one of the following 6 instances. Nurgle's gift applies at 6 to enemy units. When an enemy unit is within contagion range, worsen the ballistic skill and weapon skill characteristics of models equipped in that unit by 1. When an enemy unit is within contagion range, worsen the save characteristic. Whoa! Get stuffed! When an enemy unit is within contagion range, worsen the leadership and objective control characteristic of models in the enemy unit by 1. Oh, this is in addition to the regular. So you're -1 toughness and -1 to hit, save, or leadership and objective control. Whoa! I thought this was a replacement. No, this is in addition. Wow, that's sick, actually. So if your opponent has, like, if you're playing against Genestealer Cult, you're like, whatever, I don't care about this thing. -1 leadership and objective control, or -1 weapon skill, ballistic skill is fucking nuts. You're playing against Genestealer Cult, you're like -1 weapon skill, all your heavy weapons hit on 6s, my dude. 6s to hit. That is nuts. Yeah, holy crap. Okay. Objective control -1 is nuts as well. It means that you suddenly like no longer or you're it's much more difficult to steal your objectives with like OC2 chaff infantry, where you're just like, oh, I'll run a bunch of gargoyles or a bunch of like idiot guardsmen onto your objective and take it because you're like -1 OC. You have to physically outnumber me with those in order to beat my Terminators on an objective. That's awesome. That's super cool. -1 toughness, -1 save against elite armies is really good, yeah. Plus you can, you can still do things like, right, you have the Hellbrute synergy where he shoots the contagion across the table. So he just not only becomes a plus, like a situational +1 to wound buff, he can also just start reducing ballistic skill characteristics on knights and things. Like, that's sick. You could just be shooting Bane Blades and being like, all your big guns hit on 5s now, dude. Have fun with that. Dude, Death Guard, let's go. Did Death Guard get any points changes? I hope so. Every single thing went down. I have my old Minotaur field manual saved so we can compare. Let's find Death Guard on it real quick. Are Death Guard good now, chat? Biologus Putrefire down 10. Blightlord Terminators down 10.
Extra contagion and we went down 10 to 20% in points. Praise Nurgle for the buffs.
Praise Nurgle! Praise to the Plague God for gifting us the glorious contagion of a wasting disease. We have slowly atrophied and become skinnier because our points cost reduced. Yeah, Putrefire down 10, Blightlord Terminators down, what is that, 2 per model? They went down 10 in the small unit and 20 in the big unit. Chaos Lord down 10, Lord and Terminator Armor down 15, Chaos Spawn down 5, whatever. Cultists down 1 point per model, let's go. Or not quite 1 point per model. They went down a half a point a model, which is fine. The Death Guard cultists are sweet though, because they get objectives secured from the detachment ability and they scout move, so they can actually potentially obsec objectives on like turn 1, which is pretty solid. Death Guard Demon Prince, or I guess start like top of 2, basically. But scout moving cultists are really strong. Speaking as a Thousand Suns player. Death Guard Demon Prince down 10. Demon Prince with wings down 20. Yeah. Defiler down 10, down 15. Hellbrute down 15. Let's go, dude. That Hellbrute at 140 with the new contagion ability. Holy crap. Icon Bearer down 10. Land Raider down 10. Annihilator stayed the same for whatever reason. Destructors down 10. Rhinos down 5. Why was the Death Guard Rhino 80? It's just more expensive than everyone else's Rhinos. Everyone else's Rhinos are 70, right? Bizarre. Not anymore, though. At least it's 70 now. Death Shroud Terminator's down 15, so 5 points per model. Fetid Bloat Drone is down 35 points. It was 135 down to 100. Oh my god. Foul Blight Spawn down 5. Lord of Contagion down 20. Lord of Virulence down 15. Malignant Plaguecaster down 10. Malignifier, who gives a crap? Unless you're playing in Spanish, right? And it shoots like a million times. I think they changed that. Mortarion down 45 points. Mortarion dropped 45. Holy crap. Mephitic Blighthauler's down 15 per model. Noxious Blightbringer down 10. Plague Marines down... Wow! Plague Marines went to 16 points a model from 20, down 4 points per model. Oh my god. Dude, Death Guard are gonna be sick! They're still playing very fair 40k, but dude, -1 weapon skill, ballistic skill, and contagion is gonna make me tear my fucking hair out. That's nuts. That's nuts. That's so good. Woof. Chaos Rhinos were 85? Were they? 1,000 Suns Rhino, 75, my dude. How much is a Chaos Rhino? 85, you're right. Why was the 1,000 Suns one randomly less expensive? Because it, like, didn't have Dark Pacts, I guess? They were like, it doesn't have any special abilities, it's fine. Don't worry about the fact that it's carrying, like, 10 Flamer Rubric Marines. That's definitely the most effective of the Rhinos in the Chaos Super faction, just because of what it carries around, because 1,000 Suns Infantry is, like, so legitimately insane. We'll see if they get any changes, though. I haven't looked at the 1,000 Suns points document. Alright. This is the coolest glow up right here. We'll see if it's effective, but man, the fact that Death Guard can windmill slam in like 200 more points of units in their army, and those units are like significantly more effective. This is almost a, besides the rattle joint ague. What is an ague? I have to look that word up. Will Google tell me how it's pronounced?
Ague.
Ague! Thank you, Google. You're the best. I've been told it's archaic by Google, by the way. It is some illness involving fever and shivering. Love it. Besides that, these are all basically survivability buffs, because you're either -1 to hit, or you're better at holding onto your objectives. So that's cool. Yeah, like, I legitimately don't know which of these is the best. I guess it depends on the characteristics of the army you're playing. If you're mostly invulnerable saves, Rattle Joint or a Ague doesn't do anything. Yeah, amazing. What a cool rules change. What a phenomenally sick update. Deathwatch got trucked. They got cracked right in the face. So the weird part is that Space Marines got, like, in my opinion, and I haven't gone through the points yet for Space Marines, but Space Marines got kicked directly into the groin area. And I'm honest to God not sure how competitive Space Marines will be before their new codex comes out, with a caveat, obviously, because they're about to get a bunch of rules changes, so we'll see. Deathwatch getting nerfed on top of that feels like a little bit of a double whammy. The old wham bam, thank you, ma'am. All of their special round effects only apply to bolt weapons, which is everything that says bolt in it, basically. And also, yeah, bolters, combi bolters. I guess combi weapons get affected as well. So if you're rocking I think the long vigil weapons are like combi weapon equivalents, right? Then those guys will get affected, but you can no longer use it on, like, Inceptors. That was a big one, I know, to extend their range. You can no longer use it on Desolators. You can no longer use it on most of this stuff, and I think that's kind of sad, honestly. I think Deathwatch went for being, like, I would say it's probably, I mean, statistically, hands down, the best Space Marine detachment, or at least the Space Marine subfaction, to be, like, sort of tied with maybe an Ultramarine Gladius Task Force or a Dark Ages Gladius Task Force, to being not very interesting, to be honest. You get teleporters, I guess, and you get Deathwatch kill teams. Like, you get the frag cannon spam, but their Desolators are now significantly worse than everyone else's Desolators instead of better, because they don't get Adaptive Strategy and they don't get Storm of Fire to buff them. So they went from being that to being really sort of garbage. And you can't buff any of the Specialist Infantry. You're basically only buffing your Bull Weapon equipped little dudes. So, yeah, it's kind of a meme, honestly, now. I don't know, chat. Now, I think Hellfire rounds, I believe now... Oh, no, they still included the exclusion to Devastating Wounds. Maybe there's an argument to be made as an anti-infantry specialist if you affected bolt weapons that... If you gave combi weapons +2 to wound and you gave them anti-infantry 2. So you now ignore saves, not give mortal wounds, on a 2+ rather than a 4+ to infantry squad specifically. But they didn't do that. So you can't, like, spam Stern Guard veterans or something and get these. If they could even take Stern Guard veterans. Could they take Stern Guard veterans? Somebody fact check me there. I think that there's probably a restriction. Oh no, you can. Nice. So, well, that's sad. Yeah, I don't I guess this is like frag cannons, the detachment now, right? If frag cannons are good, Deathwatch will be okay, but you can't buff any of your other stuff with your guns, so. Sorry, Deathwatch players, I guess. That sucks. Just play the Gladius Task Force. Gene Stealer Cults got, man, so hammered. I don't even know if Gene Stealer Cults are like good anymore, honestly. So they're the Cult Ambush changed to a 5+ rather than a 4+. You get +1 to the roll if you're a battle line unit, and +1 to the result if it's the first or second battle round. How you're losing stuff, how it's possible you gain things back on the first battle round is a little bit questionable to me. I guess it's that you went first and charged your opponent or got overwatched. Then you get +1 in the first battle round. If your opponent goes and just like one taps a unit, then you also get +1 on the second battle round. But it's not guaranteed. And that also means that you basically like allowed your opponent to shoot at you as a Gene Stealer Cult player, which is extremely, extremely difficult. Because either most of the time your army's off the table, 90% of the time, and the other 90% of the time it's being protected by lone operative, or it's just straight up out of line of sight. The only times that would happen is if you had a bunch of stuff on the table and your opponent had massive indirect fire. But it sounds like indirect fire took an additional hit in this update, beyond what we saw happening to indirect fire in the last update. So, at least to their points values. So whether or not we see those mass indirect fire lists, it's going to be a little bit questionable. You also can't overwatch with indirect fire either. So you have to basically you have to coordinate with your opponent to get the +1 in the second battle round. That feels like kind of a nothing change, honestly. On a 5+, add a new unit to your army identical to the destroyed unit. So Gene Stealer Cults, I think, in my opinion, and correct me if I'm wrong about this, chat, in case I'm forgetting another faction that has more reliance on battle tactic stratagems, are the most affected army by this. Like we talked about, they lost most of the use case of their stratagems on the new battle tactic rules, right? So most of their stratagems can't be duplicated by Nexos, and on top of that, they now only ever respawn on a 5 now, or on a 4+ instead of automatically with battle line units. So I guess the other question is, what happens to them from points? And with those changes, I would hope that the points didn't get significantly increased. But it looks like that's probably not the case. Oh boy. Let's see. Achilles Ridge Runners, I think they were 70. Where's my other Minotaur field manual? Let's look up Gene Stealer Cults. Achilles Ridge Runners were 75, so they went up by 10, which is probably fair, because you only had one of those anyway. Acolyte Hybrids went up by 2 points per model. Adelan Jackals went up by 2 points per model. Adelan Jackals? They were like a meme at the beginning of the edition, no longer. Biophagus went up 10. Okay. Clamavus went up 10. Locust went up 5? The fucking Locust? Has anyone played a Locust? Who knows what a Locust does? What is... That's like the bodyguard dude with the sword, right? I've never seen that model in my life. And it went up 5 points. He gives character models a 4+ feel no pain. Whatever. What? So I guess they just like basically windmill slam nerfed basically all of the character models. Holy crap. Reductus Saboteur up 10. That probably should have been more, but that's okay. 65 is still a steal for that model. The Sanctus didn't go up at all, which is like probably whatever. The Primus went up by 20 points? What the fuck? Neophyte Hybrids went up 1 point per model. The Nexus went up 10 points. Wow. So this faction basically got a like 10 to 20 point increase, lost almost all duplicative effects on their stratagems, and got Cult Ambush nerfed. What the fuck did Gene Stealer Cults do to some dude in the GW design studio? Holy crap. They were very good, but they were nowhere near as good as Eldari. And they were like slowly trending, or actually I would say very rapidly trending downwards as people learned how to deal with them. Wow. This faction's like basically garbage. Holy crap. I guess Adeline Shackle's got a buff now? Yeah, Adeline Shackle's got a little bit of a buff. What's up, girl? Your Binky's back. I think they used to have to come in off the side, but only within 3 off of a marker. And I think it was mathematically it was impossible to replace an entire Adeline Shackle unit back onto the table with the updated call to ambush wording. But now you can go 9 inches away instead of, I think it was 6 previously. That actually means that you're much better. And you can string them as well, because only one model has to be touching the call to ambush marker. But it's not worth a 2-point per model increase. That unit, you didn't really care if that unit respawned. You were there for the alpha strike, the grenade toss alpha strike. Holy crap! I'm sorry, Gene Stealer Call players. Jesus Christ! Stop like sending fire bombs to the Warhammer world. I think is the issue. You keep wanting them to nerf you so bad. How did? All right. Rant a little bit here. How did Eldar get a single change? Eldar, a 70% win rate faction, got a single change and minor points increases, versus Gene Stealer Cults, which were nerfed like 7 ways. An army that, while good, was significantly worse than Eldar, got wild changes. I don't think Eldar are even gonna like actually notice the changes that they got so far. We'll have to go through their points document, which we will in a sec. What is this? It's like Stu own an Eldar army and he doesn't want it to be devalued when he puts it on eBay or something. Absolutely nuts. Grey Knights changed Halo and Cellfire to strategic ploy. I guess it was a battle tactic, so you could duplicate it. That's kind of weird, though. Is that a nerf? Do we really nerf Grey Knights? Where are we at, Grey Knights? It was a battle tactic, so they had to nerf it. Yeah. And I gave you lone operative for 2 CP. That's... What are we nerfing Grey Knights? I think it's only the Foot Grandmaster, is that right? Who could... Yeah, use that. Yeah, it was only the Foot Grandmaster who had a free stratagem ability, so that's not really... Like, who cares, dude? That guy's not even that good. You're taking Librarians, especially now that people are going to drop Mortal Wound defense. Librarians, like, stock went way up. So you're not even taking that guy. Why nerf his ability? Grey Knights were too strong. That was clearly the issue, obviously. It was once per game. Oh, the Grandmaster ability? Oh, it was. You're right. Yeah, I guess it doesn't even matter that much. It's not even that good of a free strat ability. Yeah, whatever. Imperial Knights only affect the Armiger with the Bondsman ability, but you can... Oh, and Thunder Stomp is now an epic deed, not a battle tactic. Trophy Claim changed to 2. Valiant Last Stand changed to 2. Bro, dude, what are these factions? Because those were 1 CP strats previously, right? The ones that were changed. Let's grab their cards here. So Thunderstomp was a battle tactic. So you could use it with Kis Rex multiple times, right? Which was really good, to be fair. Although, with a nerf to Devastating Wounds, like, why are we nerfing this thing that also has a nerfed mechanic on it? It gives you a mechanic that now doesn't, like, do anything. It lets your, like, AP4 Thunder Fist ignore saves on infantry units. Okay. For 1 CP, you're not going to give that one to me for free? You can't rotate Ion Shields for free. What does Kis Rex work on? Shoulder the burden? Literally, that's it? Literally just shoulder the burden. That's all of his free strat abilities work on. Oh, geez. All right. Sorry, Kis Rex. I guess you're dead. And then, yeah. So Squire's Duty went to 2, is that right? And then Valiant Last Stand went to 2. Which lets it fight on death, and then Trophy Claim went to 2. Holy shit. So all of their good stratagems doubled in cost. Oh no, Squire's Duty didn't. Just kidding. I don't know where I read that. So just Trophy Claim and Valiant Last Stand. Which, it's not even that great. I guess, like, Valiant Last Stand matters a little bit. It sort of makes sense, I guess, because, like, automatic fight on deaths are very valuable in the game right now. And that's what that is. It's as long as you didn't deadly demise, you can use it. It's not like a 4+ to fight on death. Trophy Claim changing 2. It's also a very powerful stratagem. So I also understand. But the fact that you're comboing that with also the Bondsman abilities not affecting the model granting the Bondsman ability is nuts, dude. Take a quick look at their points changes. Yeah, no more free tank shocks for Kis Rex. We can't tank shock a billion times and do infinite mortal wounds. Looks like Helverin's increased. Everything else stayed the same. Well, at least they didn't get also points change nerfs on top of that, like Junestealer Cults did. Yeah, that feels real bad though. Like, do you even play Armigers now? Like, I guess you kind of want to, but it feels so bad. Like, I guess you're just wasting value on the Big Knights if you don't have it, but the Big Knights, like, you can almost just write off Bondsman abilities, right? If they can't affect themselves with it, you're like, I guess I affect this, like, 150-point little idiot over here. If I, like, jump through a bunch of hoops, keep them in range in my command phase, like, have the correct combination of units around. I don't even know, dude. Ugh. Imperial Knights. What did you do? Leagues of Votan. Ruthless Efficiency. Change to select a number of units from your opponent army depending on the battle size. Strike Force is 4 units. Each of those units start with 2 Judgment tokens. Whoa! Leagues of Votan. Holy crap. So this was the previous ability where you choose 1 unit. It starts with Judgment tokens. And if you kill them, you get CP based on the number of the battle round. The start of any of your command phases, if at the start of any of your command phases, any of those units have been destroyed, get a number of CP depending on how early in the battle you destroyed it, as shown below. CP gained in this way are exempt to core rules that limit the maximum number of CP you gain per battle round. So if you kill multiple of them in a single round, or in a single round, that your next command phase you will gain CP based on the round number. But you can kill 4 of them over the course of the game, and you will gain CP multiple times. Plus, you start with a bunch of Judgment tokens, so you're plus 1 to hit and win against those units. Well, that's a good start at least. I still think it's wild that Judgment tokens aren't a ballistic skill modifier. They're a hit roll modifier, so they're still affected by. Or they still don't stack with your existing modifiers. But then we also got points changes as well. Broke your Iron Master down 10. Thunderkin down, looks like 20 for the unit. So like 7 points per model, which is good. They're now 25 points down from 32, which is a pretty solid number. Chthonian Berserks down 7 points per model. Holy crap. Chthonian Berserks were 27 points per model. They're still 20, which is a lot. But they are probably the best, one of the best actual output units in the Codex. The problem is getting them into melee, but welcome to Leagues of Votan. And here, Champion down 15, Hearthguard down 3 points per model, Grimnir down 10, Hearthkin Warriors down 25, Hecatan Land Fortress down 20, Hernkin Pioneers down 5 points per model, Call down 20 points, Sagitor down 20 points, Uthar the Destined down 25 because his ability is fucking trash. So he doesn't make any sense. Does that fix Leagues of Votan, chat? This doesn't feel like it went far enough. I was kind of expecting something along the lines of that Death Guard update. The Death Guard update looks insane. Hopefully, they didn't make them very cheap. Like a Sagittari TV plus 5 Hearthkin Warriors is what? The Sagittari's 100 and the Hearthkin are 55. So it's 155 for 5 dudes in a transport. So 310 points, you get 2 Sagittars and 4 Hearthkin Warriors, and 2 units of Hearthkin Warriors. I guess 410 points, you get the two. No, 310 points, you get the 2 bricks, the 2 Sagittars with dudes inside. I still feel like your base damage output still isn't good enough, in my opinion. Like, you're getting way more judgment tokens than you were previously, and you're getting way more units to benefit those judgment tokens from. But is that enough to make up for the fact that your like actual baseline data sheet, they like profiles are really bad? I don't know. We'll see. Leagues of Votann becoming a horde army. I mean, we saw that coming a mile away, right? Like that was always the narrative. Every time you talked about the faction, you'd be like, "Well, what's the problem with it?" Well, it's dependent on losing its own models, and its models are expensive.
DG with Castigator can basically give -2 to hit, -1 BS/WS, and -1 to hit for 1 unit from Castigator.
Yeah, what's the Castigator suppression effect? That's a good call out. Thanks for the super chat, by the way, Necromancer. Do I have the Imperial Armor Compendium here? I might not, actually. Warhammer download section, save me. Imperial Armor Knights. Chaos Castigator. Yeah, so it's non-monster vehicle, which is less useful. That is a pretty sweet combo. But I don't know if you want to include like a 500 point model to give -1 to hit to infantry. It is kind of cool. Are there any other -1 to hits in the Death Guard faction available to them? What's in demons? Can you soup in demons that do that? I guess they mostly get -1 toughness, but you can like stack -1 toughnesses, which is actually kind of sweet. You can, yeah, I don't see any. Oh, Nurglings. Let's go! Nurglings! Oh, it's like the same restriction. Nurglings can stack double -1s. Let's go, Nurglings! Or stuff with stealth, I guess, generically. But I don't know how much stealth Death Guard has. Probably not a lot. And then the Space Marine change. This is like such a killer, honestly. Desolation squads are 5 models. Now are max 5 models, so you can't stack a ton of offensive buffs on them and make them super duper efficient. Which was honestly kind of like an issue, and it was a little bit weird that you'd make this like Death Star of an artillery unit in the back line. But I think Space Marines kind of like needed it because their like frontline damage output is very anemic. It's not bad because like the Evosa moment and like generically you can kind of get work out of whatever, but it's not great. Let's take a look at the Space Marine points changes. Where's the Desolation Squad? Let's look at them first. Yeah, they're 40 points a model. Yeah, this unit just sucks now. Can't overwatch out of line of sight. A lot of the stratagems don't work on them. I think you can Stormifire them and something else, but you can't get free adaptive strategy from Gilliman, I believe is the difference, which is probably not that big of a change. Gilliman would just give them whichever stratagem was the other one, but it's still a little bit obnoxious. And you're only affecting 5 models with, do they have enhancements here? Yeah. With Bolter Discipline plus a Primaris Apothecary, who is 55. So that character is 80 points. For 280 points, you get 5 guys with Bolter Discipline. You're probably in on the Hellblaster unit in that case instead, which is just like significantly worse. Although to be fair, the biggest army that the Desolation Squad was good against was Genestealer cults, who don't appear to be a competitive staple anymore, if I were to hazard a guess. Oh boy. Yikes. That's a yikes for me, dog. Yeah. But the other stuff did get changed for Space Marines, so let's take a quick look. Aggressor squads down 3 points a model from 120 down to 100. That's solid. Adrax went down 10. Assault Intercessors went down 2 points a model by 10. Ballistus Dreadnought went down 20 points. Let's go. That thing was stone dead on release. Blade Guard Veterans go down to 3 points model. Same difference as the Aggressor Squads. 10 points for the little unit and 20 points for the big unit, which is good because those things are also kind of bad. Brutalis Dreadnought went down. Whoa! 45 points! That's good. That thing was also terrible. The Dreadnought builds might be okay, actually. I guess they're a little squishy, which is a bit unfortunate. And they did not get any sort of a benefit from the Devastating Wounds change, because they're still going to eat all of the damage. Captain Sicarius went down 10. That guy's actually kind of sweet. He lets you deep strike any unit, so you can deep strike like Centurions and stuff. Speaking of Centurions, went down 25.
So big knights can't overwatch anymore because Eldar, FML.
Yeah, I think like they wanted to curb the power. Really, the story of this DATASLATE update is that they want to curb the power of big centerpiece units, like big Death Star, like focal point units. So like Desolation Squads reduced in size, big artillery pieces can't overwatch. Warden bricks, Custodian Guard bricks reduced in size. A lot of stuff went down max size limit. And then I think part of that is also they don't want like, a shadow sword to overwatch you with like 7 bolters and 1 million las cannons and a big laser beam. But yeah, it's the knights, the like progressive knights nerfs have been nuts. Like, I guess you get the benefit of not being tabled by anti-tank shooting on the first turn if you go second, which is good, I guess. The downside, obviously, is that you can't then table people when you go first. So the coin flip is gone. You actually have to play a real game, which is fair, I think, honestly. Everyone kind of hoped for that change. But then also, you got the Bondsman nerf and the Strat nerfs and the Overwatch nerf. I think it was too much for Imperial Knights. They were not that good. They were very strong, but they were not that strong, in my opinion. So some of the layers of these changes feel a little bit ham-fisted, honestly. And I was hoping for more discretion out of this update, I think. Because it seems like what happened is that they were like, oh, here's a bunch of changes that would be cool and that we probably should have done, but they didn't really consider the additive effects of them, because some factions, it feels like, got absolutely trucked. But it feels like Eldar didn't get changed at all. I don't know. We'll go through the Eldar points document after this. But they got a single mechanical change, and it didn't look like their points changes were significant, but we'll see. Let's see. Centurions are down 25 points or 50 points for the big unit on both sides. 30 points down for the Centurion Devastators, so that's good. Chief Librarian Tigurius. This guy, he's kind of rad, actually. He lets you Overwatch for free, which is kind of sweet. And he gives your unit stealth. I think he's actually good in, like, I was going to play him in Hellblasters, I think. Because I wanted him to be able to, like, basically let the Hellblasters double and triple shoot, because you could bail out of a transport, shoot them with Tigurius. He makes them more resilient on the swing back, but then lets them Overwatch for free, which then they can overcharge, die, shoot again. It's kind of a cute combo. I don't know if it's that good, but he is another one of the benefits of playing Ultramarines. He's like kind of an okay Primaris Librarian. Lysander is down 10. Desolation Squads are not a unit anymore. They've been removed from the game. Sorry, everyone who bought hundreds of Desolator Marines. Dreadnoughts went down 25. which seems fine. All right, yeah. I like that they reduced the little box dreadnoughts were like kind of pointed as if they had duty eternal still, and then like the same with the Hellbrutes. A lot of the Hellbrutes got points cuts, even though they were not very good. And I like that they're trying to bring them back into their own playability. I do like the fact that they're getting deep and buffing the units that were super underplayed. All the gladiators, lancers went up to 160, so they went up 15 points, which is probably a fine change because they were like the most played vehicle in Space Marines. All the other gladiators went down 5, which is also fine. Heavy intercessors went down by 5 points per unit, or just 1 point per model, basically, which is kind of whatever. Impulsors went down 10, which is good. Incursors went down 5. Yeah. It was weird that Incursors... I like the idea that Incursors and Infiltrators were exactly the same points cost, but the fact that Infiltrators were like just significantly more useful from a metagame standpoint definitely made Incursors feel kind of strange. I like Incursors. I think Incursors are sweet. But it's like Infiltrators are just so necessary. Although now the fact that Genestealer cults have been like nuked from orbit means that you may not necessarily need Infiltrators, but you probably should still take them. They did go up by 10 points per unit, so that's not quite at the auto include that you would have previously. And honestly, Incursor squads having stealth versus Infiltrator squads having a pregame move is pretty interesting. The one downside is that a lot of the Phobos characters don't have Scout. They have Infiltrate instead. So they're much better at attaching to Infiltrator squads than they are Incursor squads, which means that like the Phobos synergy kind of devolves a little bit if you're trying to take a lot of Phobos Marines. Which kind of feels like it's an accident. I think they probably should have added Scout to those characters, but maybe they didn't want the characters to act as like solid lone operatives. I don't know. They would feel like they would just get shot, so I don't think it's that big of a deal. Intercessor squads went down by 10, 2 points per model. That's pretty solid. Invader ATBs went down by 10. Invictor Tactical Warsuits went down by 10. Fieros went down by 10. Okay. And then Land Raider points cuts. Whoa, okay. Land Raiders down. Whoa. Land Raiders down 35. Land Raider Crusader down 25. Land Raider Redeemer down 35. Holy shit. Is it Land Raider Aggressor meta? What was that WTC list? We talked about a WTC list in Best List in 40k that instead of rocking the Desolation Squad, put a Bolter Discipline Biologus Apothecary inside an Aggressor Squad and put it in a Land Raider. Am I crazy? Am I remembering that off the top of my head? I bet if I went to my YouTube channel, I could find that. I wonder if that's just the list now, right? Like, does that seem actually good? All right, my YouTube is messed up. I don't think I'm gonna spend too much time like searching for this list that we're talking about. All right, here's the video. Let's see if I have it here. Thousand Suns, Eldar, G-Star Cult, Adeptuscustodes, Dark Angel. Is this the one? Yeah, 6-man Aggressor Squad. A Apothecary Biolux is still Bolter Discipline to attach into it, and it went in a Land Raider, right? Yeah, Land Raider Redeemer. Dude, this list is rocks. This is the new meta list right here. This guy knew. Lucas Leskowicz. You are a prophet, good sir. You determined the Space Marine meta long before the update was ever published. What a Chad. That's what you get for playing off-meta stuff. Sometimes you just get massive points cuts without any nerfs. Yeah, that list went down, what, 20 points for the Aggressor Squad, and 35 points for the Redeemer. Inceptors didn't get changed. Yeah, Inceptors somehow remained unnerfed, even though they're, like, absolutely nuts. And otherwise, I think everything's the same. So this list just went down, like, 60 points. And nothing else changed. Gravis Captains are cheaper as well. Let's go, dude. Let's go. We could wombo combo the whole unit together. Dude, I'm kind of in on that. Is that sweet? That's probably kind of sweet. All right, Space Marines, you're back on the menu, I think. That's cool. All right. Ooh, points cuts for Terminators too. Are there? Oh, Terminator Assault. The Assault Terminators were more expensive than regular Terminators. How did I not notice that? Oh no, Assault Terminators went up in points. What? What? That unit sucks. What? Regular Terminators went down by 15, so they went down 3 points per model. Assault Terminators went up 1 point per model. What are you doing, G-Dub? Definitely give regular Terminators a points cut because they are god awful. But Assault Terminators are not that good, especially compared to Deathwing Terminators. Let's look at Dark Angels real quick. Oops. And then we'll look at Eldar, and then we'll look at Tyranids, and then we'll decide what to do. Deathwing Knights, same points cost. Yeah. If you're playing Terminators, you're just going to play Dark Angels. They're just better. Why would you ever play Assault Terminators when Deathwing Knights exist? I don't know about... That's sus, G-Dub. That's sus. They're only 3 points... I guess they're a lot more expensive per model, but you get an extra... Or you get the same number of points, but you get -1 damage and more attacks. It's pretty good. -1 damage. It's kind of like the name of the game for these guys. Very strange. Oh, it might be because of the first company detachment. Austin, that's a good call out, actually. No, I could definitely see that being the case, for sure. I could see that. All right, let's talk about Eldar. I am interested to see what their points changes are, because... in terms of their mechanical changes...
Land Raider 240, T-Fex 245, punish for greater than S9 range.
Greater than S9 range. I mean, Tyrannofexes are, like, sort of not great, honestly. Although, so the defensively, they're kind of the same as Land Raiders, right? Because they're both, like... they're both T12, like, 16 wounders. But... the Tyrannofex has the worse guns, but the ablative armor. It just doesn't transport, and it's slower. But also, it has better defensive stratagems. Like, I think the synergies are better on Tyrannofexes than they are in Land Raiders. I don't know. I guess you can, like, combo Smokescreen and Armory of Contempt, and it's kind of a sweet deal. But, honestly, I don't know if I'm taking Tyrannofexes anyway. So, it's like... I don't know if I really care what the points value of a Tyrannofex is. It doesn't really, in my opinion, serve that much of a purpose in the Tyranid Codex anymore. But we'll see. We'll see how it ends up. All right. So Eldari are unaffected because they don't have any free stratagem effects. They are wholly unaffected by the battle tactic stratagem changes. The only... and I guess they can't overwatch their Wraith Knights anymore, and Wraith Knights now don't see through everything. And the Devastating Winds changes were big. So Devastating Winds is actually big for Eldar because, like, for some reason, every weapon in their army has a Devastating Winds. So that's fair. Their artillery can't overwatch, and that's basically all that changed for them. They don't have free CP or duplicative CP abilities. So they don't care about these. They just have the extra CP from Autarch Wayleapers. And then they lost Phantasm. Phantasm's much worse now. Although you could still put it on fucking Wraithguard, so like who gives a shit? It's still fine. And Wraithguard didn't go down in point size. In unit size. The fuck is this, chat? You changed the unit size cap for Desolators and Custodians, but not Wraithguard? Okay, whatever. All right. Azurman went up 15. Azurman? You increased Azurman by 15 points. Who is playing this model? Has anyone ever seen an Azurman on the table out of beyond 9th edition? Autarch went up by 10. Autarch Waylaber went up by 10. That doesn't really matter. Oh, no, sorry. It went up by... Oh, no, the Autarch Wayleaper got dumpster. Just kidding. It went up by 35. The Skyrunner went up by 10. But the Wayleaper went up by 35. Now, the Wayleaper is the only lone operative one, right? The other ones are unit attachments? Or are they also lone op? Let's look. I don't know if I've ever actually looked at the datasheet of the regular Autarchs. So I'm not entirely sure what they do. All right, regular Autarch. Yeah, he's only a leader. And you get to duplicate... Oh, okay, so they do... He has a duplicative stratagem thing, but it's only on his unit. And he gives you a command point at the beginning. All right, yeah, whatever. And I think it's this game for the Skyrunner. He's just the same dude, but he's on a bicycle. Yep, he's on a bike. You get to auto-advance 6 inches, which is fine, I guess. But none of their stuff advances in charges, right? So it's sort of just lets you, like, move faster and shoot assault weapons. Yeah. Yeah, those guys are not that good. All right, so the Autarch Wayleaper did go up 35 points. That's a big deal. Avatar of Cain went up, I think it was 285, so now it went up 50. 295, so it went up 40. Behera didn't see a change. Corsairs didn't see a change. The other stuff didn't see a change. Dark Reapers went up 5 points. I saw someone in a comment section, by the way, complaining about Dark Reapers. They were like, Eldar Dark Reapers are so broken. I was like, really? Dark Reapers? This is the unit in Eldar you're going to complain about? Out of all these flavors, and you choose to crap on Dark Reapers. Kind of a little weird. They have an indirect fire, like, strength 4 gun, which is fine. I guess for 80 points is, like, solid. Plus their other guns. And then they have, like, either a strength 8 2 damage gun or a strength 10 d6 damage gun if you take the... I think the little guys have the Reaper launchers. Yeah, the little guys have the crappy Reaper launchers, which is, like, low strength, like, mid AP. They have, like, a mediocre indirect fire weapon. This unit is just, like, solidly mid. I don't really understand hate for Dark Reapers, honestly. Especially compared to Desolators. Even a 5-man Desolator squad compared to Dark Reapers is, like, so much more powerful. It's insane. Looks like Eldrad got a points increase as well. It's my Munitorm Field Manual. Eldrad went up 10. Farseer, regular Farseer went up 15. Fire Prism, Fire Prism got dumpster a little bit. Went up 30 points. Imperial Knights Spear went up 5 points. Okay. The Night Spinner went up 10 points. Support weapon platforms went up 20 points. And now can't Overwatch from out of line of sight. And don't have Devastating Wounds. Or got the new Devastating Wounds. The Incarn went up a ton. Incarn was 270. Went up 80 points. Oh my god. Wraith, let's see. Void Weavers went up 25. Vipers went up 10. Warwalkers went up 15. And then Warp Spiders went up, looks like 3 points per model. Wraithguard went up 5. Did Shadow Specters change? Is that in a Forge World section? Shadow Spectre. Shadow Specters went up 15. 3 points per model. It's like so light. So a normal Eldar list, right? Assuming that you don't play the Wraith Knight anymore, which is like, honestly, the Wraith Knight's probably still fine. So the Wraith Knight went up 35 points. And, like, can't see over walls, and doesn't have the Devastating Wound thing. And can't Phantasm, that's the big one, I guess. But it's still, like, -1 damage, potentially -1 to hit, or -1 to wound. Auto passes saves. Like, none of the other mechanics surrounding it changed. It can't Overwatch, I guess. So it is, like, significantly worse. Maybe the Wraith Knight's not as good. But it still seems, like, totally playable. So let's say, like, the Wraithguard list went up... Wraithguard were 31? Yeah, so it went up 30. If you had, like, double Warp Spiders, it went up another 30. So it went up 90. The Autarch went up 35, so like 125, and then you lose like 20 on Night Spinners, and like 60 on Fire Prism. So you maybe went up like 200 points, like maybe 250. So you went up like 250 points and lost like good Phantasm, but everything else in the army is still the same. What are Ravagers now? Did they go up? Yeah, they did. Okay, well, at least... It sucks, man. Like, Drukhari are just straight up paying for the sins of Eldar. Because... Like, Ravagers are one of the only good units in the faction, but because they decided to add Soup, because they decided, oh, you can play Ynnari and you can play both factions together, Eldar use of Drukhari models is significantly better. So... Because they apply their detachment rules to Drukhari units for whatever goddamn reason. So Drukhari have to pay extra points for their own units because Eldar are broken? Come on, man. Like, how come a Rhino can have a different points value across Chaos subfactions, but a Ravager can't have a different points value if you play it in Eldar where it gets unparalleled foresight? Just kind of dumb. I'm sorry to Drukhari players for having to pay 20 more points for your Ravagers now. Because Ynnari are broken. So at least it was mostly points changes to Eldar. So like the Ynnari army, if we look at Zach Point's army from Prospero's army from Nova, that ran like triple Void Reaver, triple Ravager, Incarn, Viper, like triple Warwalker. That list went up like 75 points, 60 for the Ravagers, 45 for the Warwalkers, 35 for the Archak Wayleaper. 80. So that list is up probably 300 points. So that's something, I guess. But it still feels like Eldar are just going to have the raw efficiency to back themselves up. Maybe they're not quite as stupid as they were, but I think the Wraithguard armies are just going to truck people now. Like, maybe it's fine, but that unit basically didn't get touched at all. They went up a couple points a model, and that was it. Goal for 2024 is to build a Drukhari army. So I think that let's take a quick look at Drukhari, because I have to imagine that the Ravager is the only thing that increased. I can't imagine any of these other changes are increases. Yeah, Drukhari actually got significantly cheaper. So they are going to offset the cost of their Ravagers significantly by having their other stuff be a lot cheaper. So like Witches went down 2 points a model. Rax went down 1 point a model. Lilith Esprax went down 20. The Archon went down 10. Beastmaster went down 15. Court of the Archon went down 10. Hellions went down 10 points, so 2 points per model. Incubi went down 1 point per model. Cavalite Warriors went down 1 point per model. That doesn't feel like enough, but that's probably fine. So I think that this is mostly going to be a side grade, but it definitely feels like Drukhari needed something else. I don't think they're going to be significantly more efficient. They're basically just the same. Scourges did go down. Scourges and Reavers did go down, and these were often taken in triplicate. So you would take like 3 Ravagers, so you lost 60 points on your Ravagers, but you gained 15 points on your Reavers, 30 points on your 30 points on your Scourges, and like 10 points in your Cavalite Warriors. So that alone pays for it. So, but you're probably only losing on the average like 30 or 40 points after you pay for the Ravager increase, because Ravagers went from 95 to 115. It's not a great feeling, but it is a feel. Mandrakes also went down by 5. That's something kind of weird. We'll say that Drukhari are a pain to play. They chuck everything in transports and shoot at you. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think Drukhari are like solidly mid for sure. But they definitely don't feel like they're super strong. And it just sucks that they're caught in the crossfire of Eldar. Alright. Talk about Tyranids. Let's go. Tyranids. How can I find you? So I think I'm expecting some significant nerfs here. I was a little bit worried because like we saw there was a little bit of a leak from Art of War for those who saw it, which is very funny. Art of War played a game yesterday and they accidentally played the new points values. Turns out when they get pre-information from GW, it's pretty strong, especially if you're a competitive team and you can play with the new update for days or weeks before other people get it. Seems alright, but you know, it is what it is. They played with the new points values yesterday, so we actually got a sneak preview of these. I was kind of stealing myself for some points nerfs. I think Tyranids are paying the price a little bit for having one of the first codexes, so they'll have more options than other people. They can like sort of play around with different armies. It does feel a little bit weird, but in light of the fact that a lot of other factions are getting nerfed significantly harder than Tyranids are, I think that they probably survived relatively unscathed. Like, they could be, you know, they could be the next Genestealer Cult, where they just get fucking destroyed out of nowhere. Or Imperial Knights, where your faction just gets nerfed 7 ways for no reason, even though you're like, you know, like, oh, guys, 51% win rate, or whatever Imperial Knights are at. Like, too strong, time to nerf them. A little bit funky. All right. All right, first of all, what the fuck is this? Did Deathleaper drop? All right, well, let's see. Barb Guts went up by 10. So 1 point or 2 points per bottle for barb guns, which to be fair is probably necessary. Barb guns were like wildly efficient. I'm not really sure why they were so efficient. 10 points per bottle for a dude with a D6 shot blast weapon that slowed you down was like kind of nutty. It's very limited use case of the blast weapon, so like you're gonna pay 1 billion points for a barb gaunt, but they felt weird. It felt weird shooting at other infantry with the barb gaunt unit, and that was like you would shoot at a 100-point infantry squad and instantly delete it. It would instantly die. That was the only thing they were good at shooting, but they just won the peace trade with high volume infantry units every time without fail, and it felt a little bit abusive. So going up 2 points per model definitely makes sense. Biovores went up another 10. Which is probably fine because you're only going to take one of them, so it's a 10-point decrease anyway. The Broodlord went down by 10, so that's good. Deathleaper went down by 10 as well. Kind of crazy.
Working right now doing landscaping. Any chance you'd be able to go over Space Wolves for me? Hoping Tron and Logan went down.
Peaches, we can absolutely go over Space Wolves. Thank you so much for the super chat, by the way. Hope you're having a good day at work. We'll just do that real quick because Space Wolves don't have a huge long entry. So let's grab them real quick. We'll interrupt our Tyranid show for a little bit of Space Wolves talk. Archak Rockfist went down 10. Bjorn the Fell-Handed went down 40 points. Hot diggity damn. He did get a big nerf because he can only use his ability on battle tactic stratagems. His Vect ability, his CP tax, but that's probably fine for a 40-point decrease to a unit that's already like fairly widely played. And as we've talked about, battle tactic stratagems are the ones that you would be targeting with that ability anyway. So it's not the worst. It's not the biggest change. Cadus Wolfborn went down 10. Grey Hunters went down 1 point per model. Herald Deathwolf also went down 10. Oh, they're pushing the Thunderwolf Cavalry. So we're talking about that Art of War game yesterday. The Art of War, we're playing with Thunderwolf Cavalry, and I was wondering why. And the answer is that Thunderwolf Cavalry got, basically points decreases across the board. Hounds of Morkai went down 1 point per model to be in line with Reavers. Crom Dragon Gaze. I don't even know who that is, but he went down 15 points. Logan Grimnar went down 45. And Storm Rider Grimnir went down 55 points. Holy Jeebus. 55-point decrease on Logan Grimnir. Dude, that guy rocks. Are you kidding me? That's nuts. Lucas went down 5. Murderfang went down 20. By the way, Murderfang needs an errata because it's unclear whether or not his ability procs multiple times in melee. I think it's funny and cool if it does. So like, I don't know, maybe let it do it. But the core rules do say you're only allowed to fight once each. They're very explicit. You're only allowed to fight once each fight phase. But it could proc multiple times in the shooting phase potentially.
Blood Angels after Nids maybe. I'll be here for a majority of stream either way.
Mass Brofect, great username. Yeah, we'll talk about Blood Angels afterwards. For sure, my dude. Sky Claws went down 5. Venerable Dreadnought went down 20. Thunderwolf Cavalry went down basically 3 points per model. They went down 10 for the small unit and 20 for the big unit. Wolfguard Battle Leader Terminator went down 5. Thunderwolf Wolfguard Battle Leader went down 15. Holy crap! So the Thunderwolf Cavalry bricks, like the like Anamander style Thunderwolf Cavalry bricks, if you watch the T5S2 Invitational, went down 20 for the unit, 10 for the character, 15 for the other character. So they went down 45 points. Which abilities? They get Armor of Contempt out of Gladius Task Force on with Rites of Battle. What are the other ones? Can they use it? They can't use the reactive move anymore, right? That has gone away. Yeah, they cannot. They can no longer both duplicate squad tactics, which was kind of the meme. That was like the idea where they could both move backwards and then you would shoot them and they would move forwards. Or they could double move forwards where you would move up close to them. They would squad tactics into you and you'd shoot them and they'd engage you, so you couldn't shoot anymore. And you can't do that on both units anymore. You can only do it on one because you can't duplicate the stratagem with Rites of Battle because it's not a battle tactic. So that's too bad. Pack Leader and Terminator Armor went down some number. 5. Jump Pack Leader went down 5. Terminators went down 5. Okay. 1 point per model. Wolf Scouts went up by 5. Get wrecked. What? That's probably so they don't have to change it. Maybe when they get like a new data sheet that's better with the Primaris version. Who knows? Wolfen went down by 2 points per model. Is that right? No, 4 points per model. They went down 4 points per model, which is good because they're garbage. And then the Wolfen Dreadnought went down 25. Where's the Wolf Lord on Thunderwolf? Did that guy go down? Wolf Lord on Thunderwolf. Oh no, he stayed the same. So actually the units only went down like 35 points. Unless you're taking the special character guys, which you might now because they're so much cheaper. I don't know. So lots of points changes for Space Wolves. A lot of the characters went down and Thunderwolves went down a lot. So that's sweet. Hope that helps you out there, Peaches. I think that's pretty hype for Space Wolves, honestly. It definitely feels like the more interesting Space Marine chapters are going to be much better. Big points cuts for like Dark Angels and Space Wolves. Whereas like the normal artillery lists went up in points a lot. All right, we were on Tyranids, so let's finish them up before we hop off again. Why did Wolf Scouts go up? Did they ever errata the Wolf Scout datasheet? I think they did, right? Or am I crazy? I thought that was the last update pass. They fixed all the datasheet problems.
Seeing the Space Wolves PT cuts makes me feel terrible about BA. Why no respect for Dante Long?
Oh no, did Blood Angels not get downgraded? Uh-oh. Wolf Scout. I don't know why I'm doing this. I have this on my hard drive. Yeah, they have 2 wounds, chat. They got updated in the July datasheet. Like fix, the hot fix. Honestly, so unironically, Scouts are fucking nuts, by the way. This unit is insane. And I say that of not only Wolf Scouts, but also just regular Scouts. I don't know what the difference is. They have different like weapon options. I think they're just like the same as a regular Scout. Did regular Scouts go up? Maybe that's why. Let's find out. I'm getting distracted. Regular Scouts were 70. Regular Scouts went down? All right, yeah, I don't get that, chat. That doesn't make sense. What is the difference between Wolf Scouts and regular Scouts? Why are they more expensive? I'm sure somebody can tell me. I think they used, for a while, they had different weapon options. They had, like, power axes and stuff. Oh, they get a plasma pistol. Yeah, they get, like, an extra power weapon and a plasma pistol. That's definitely not worth 20 points, though. One bolt gun can be replaced with a special weapon. Oh, they get melta-guns and stuff, too. Yeah, they get special weapons. That's why they're more expensive. Definitely not worth 20 points, but honestly, the scout datasheet is probably good enough at 85 anyway. That's why they're more expensive, I remember. So the leader gets a... He used to be able to take a combi melta, but those went away, so that's fine. And then one other dude can take, like, melta guns, but you just probably take missile launchers anyway. And another dude can take a plasma pistol, which you can't normally do. Oh, and the pack leader can take, like, lightning claws. Can you do that on normal scouts? I don't know. But honestly, like I said, chat, scouts are fucking sick. They have the wombo combo of infiltrator plus scout. So they basically get to, like, infiltrator and then redeploy themselves, or they can like alpha strike you a little bit. Then they also get heavy weapons. They also get special weapons and special melee weapons with the unit champion. So the stat squad datasheet is nuts, and it doesn't look like it's changing in the new codex. It looks like they're staying mostly the same, which is going to be absolutely nutty if they don't get a points increase. And at 65 points in normal Space Marines, you're going to see scouts fucking everywhere. They're so good. All right, so continuing, yeah, we saw the update to Barb Guns and Biobores over in Interior Nids. Looks like Broodlord is down 10. Gene Stealers are down 1 point per model. So you're paying 20 points less for the Gene Stealer unit with the Broodlord in it, which is good because that unit's, like, god-awful terrible now. Because Gene Stealers, the whole wombo combo is that they would go to an objective and then fish for devastating wounds, and they can no longer do that because they only reroll their 1s to wound instead of all their wound rolls, which is super bad. I am not a big Gene Stealer fan anymore. For 270 points or 260 points, yeah, it's rather too much. Hive Guard went up. What? Why are you like this? That unit's so unplayable. I don't understand. Okay. Did they, like, think they were nerfing Tyrant Guard? Did they do that thing that they did in 9th edition where they meant to nerf Bulgrin and they nerfed Ogrin instead? A unit that was, like, stone unplayable. Oh my god. A Tyrant Guard up 10 points for the little unit and 20 for the big unit. It's like such a nonsensical change. It doesn't do anything. That's hilarious. Hive Tyrant went up 15, which is probably fair because that guy's in every list. Although his ability got nerfed. It feels a little bit bad because his ability's worse and he got a points increase, but I mean, it's only a one model. Like, it's one model out of your army, so it's whatever. Hormagaunts went down by a half a point a model. 5 points for the little unit and 10 for the big. Lictor went down 15? Holy shit! Dude, they're pushing Vanguard Onslaught so hard. So hard. They're like, guys, you want to play Vanguard? Play some Vanguard, guys? How about Vanguard? Did Winged Hive Tyrants get an increase? Oh, they did. Okay, they went up 15 too. That's fine. Maliceptor went up 5, which is, like, to be expected. If you didn't expect that thing to get a points increase, you're nutty. Mucilid Spores got a points increase.
Thoughts on Custodes taking a worse nerf than Eldar? 4+ no longer works against dev wounds.
That's a good call out, actually. Yeah, so that is, like, sort of the side buff to devastating wounds. But you have to consider it this way, right? on the whole, it feels bad because you're like, oh no, if they rock a devastating wound against me, I'm gonna take the entire devastating wound instead of half the damage from the shot. Except that you no longer take spillover damage, so the only devastating wounds you're that worried about are single shot like combi weapons, right? So it's like Thousand Suns get really, really bad for Custodians. Like that matchup just fucking sucks now, I think, for Custodians. Like they have lower model count, they got nerfed, and devastating wounds just destroy them. But the big devastating wound shots, like the Wraith Knights and the Wraith Guard and the Railguns and all that stuff, can only ever kill one Custodian now. You don't have that point where you're like, okay, well you have a 4+ against mortal wounds, but you take like calculates 60 mortal wounds. Like 4+ this, idiot. So I think it's definitely a nerf, but I don't think it's as bad of a nerf as it feels like it is. Like a 2d6 devastating wound would probably average 4 damage into a Custodian unit from like a Wraith Knight. But now it only does maximum 3, basically, unless you have a shield. So it actually does a little bit less damage. And the same for like D-weapon platforms. I guess like the D6 shotgun kind of feels a little bit worse because on average it kills a Custodian every shot. But again, it's averages. Like who knows what's going to happen. You don't get the time where your opponent's like, I'll shoot you with Wraith Guard. Take 3. I got 3 devastating wounds. I'll auto 6 one of them, roll like a 5 and a 4. Here's 15 damage. And you're like, okay, let's like still lose 3 Custodians. I guess like in that case it's probably the same, but you don't take any spillover damage. Stern Guard, yeah, Stern Guard are a good one for sure. Yeah, so I don't think that Custodians definitely got a greater volume of nerfs than Eldar. What are their points like? Did their points change significantly? I'm just going to duplicate this. I know that the rumor said they would get significantly nerfed. Looks like Alaris went up 5 a model. Custodian Guard went up 5 a model. And then got unit capped. Wardens went up. I have no idea. I guess they're 55 now, and they were previously 50, so they also went up 5. So if you're running, what did normal lists run? Like 15 guys plus like 6 Alaris, so like 21 or 24 foot infantry. And they all went up by 5 points. So they probably went up, what is that? 120 points. So you're down, like, you basically like lose an Alaris Custodian squad. I guess Vigilators took a nerf. You can't take the Imperial Agents anymore. So you have a lot less units on the table. You probably just lose 1 Guardian squad. Yeah. It's definitely not as big of a points hike as Eldar, but I do think the mechanical changes were much worse for Custodians, definitely. It's weird how little they nerfed Eldar. I'll say that, I think, without sort of harping on it too much. I do think Eldar got off like way too light here. Hopefully the game isn't like quite as like just horrible to play against them, but I think it's still kind of not great. So what are we looking at here? What is this change to fucking mucilid spores? That's so weird. Neurolictors went up 5 from where they were pointed at in the Codex, but that's probably fine because Neuroelixirs are super good. So I think that's fair enough. The Norn Assimilator is at 310, Norn Emissary at 290. I played these yesterday, by the way, chat. I think they're really bad. Especially since I was playing against Devastating Wounds, and the one upside was that just like we talked about with the custodians. The one upside is that you could 4+ it. You could 4+ away because the emissaries have a 4+ field pin against devastating wounds, against mortal wounds. You could 4+ away the devastating wounds. You can no longer do that, which I think for a large multi-model unit is way worse for them. So I guess it's the same for like Caladius grav tanks and Custodes, right? Where you have like you have this big chunky unit. When you get devastating wounded, it just hits you now. You don't get a save against it. And that's a super big nerf. That's a huge nerf. So it's too bad. I think these units might just be unplayable, honestly. I think they're too expensive and they don't do enough damage. But I'll probably play a couple more games with them to see, but the first impressions are very, very bad for these. Ripper Swarms went up 5 points per model from what the Codex spoiled them at, which is probably good because a 20-point model, a single entity unit, is really, really strong. It's weird that they don't get a discount on larger unit sizes. That's a little strange. It's weird that like 1, 2, or 3 is just 20 points a model. It feels like it should be like 20, 30, 40 or something. Or like 20, 35. I don't know. Some other number. I guess they want to keep it by multiples of 5. But probably 15 points for the subsequent models, because the subsequent models don't do anything. The single model is just as good as the subsequent ones, but costs 1/3 of the points value. Spore Mines randomly went up 5 points. Did they think the problem with Biovores was that Spore Mines were too strong? Was that Did somebody at Games Workshop like have that that epiphany? What the fuck? For real? My dude, you're a big dummy. The issue isn't Spore Mines. The issue is that you're generating new units for free. They did nerf Spore Seeding, though, to be fair, in the Codex. You can only create 1 unit of Spore Mines per turn, which is good. You're not rocking 3 Biovores every game. The Turvagon went down 10. The Swarm Lord got nerfed into unplayability. So his Vect only affects battle tactic or whatever, which is fine. But then he himself went up 20 points. Okay. Probably not going to take you anymore, my guy. I'm sorry. 270 points for a 10 wound character. Let's go. Toxicrene went down 20. Now we're talking. So it's still more than the Maleceptor for some reason, but at least it's a more reasonable points value. Trigon unchanged. Let's go. That guy rocks. Melee Warriors went down 5 points for the little unit and 10 points for the big unit. Ranged Warriors didn't change and are still probably unplayable. I think the Melee Warriors, like if you cut those a little bit, I'm probably interested, but so far...
260-point Rogaldorns look nice.
That does seem good, for sure. Do I think they'll FAQ Mortal Wound at Feel No Pains? I hope so, honestly. I hope that a lot of those abilities become a Feel No Pain against devastating wounds. It's so weird, though, because it's like, it's hard to... How do you word that, right? Like, do you add on... You get a 4+ Feel No Pain against mortal wounds, comma, and devastating wounds if the wound was critical? Like... I don't know. That's kind of funky. I do kind of hope so.
Do you think they'll fact mortal wound FNPs? 4+ FNP on broadsides are their only ability.
That's where they get that they did that twice. But thank you, text to speech device. I appreciate you. Thanks for the super chat, by the way. Appreciate you. Should have had a touchscreen kill Bellicor the other day, but you forgot his mortal wound thing. That's cool. Good way to go, Toxicrene. Where's Old One Eye in here? Did he get changed? No, he's the same. I think Carnifexes didn't get changed at all, right? Yeah, Carnifexes are the same. Carnifexes are probably sweet in the new Codex, honestly. Tyrannofex went up 45. Yeah, this thing is stone garbage. Throw that in the garbage. Holy crap. Lost -1 damage, got an ablative armor effect, and went up 45 points. Directly into the trash bin with you, Tyrannofex. Thank you very much. Winged Hive Tyrant went up 15. That's sad. The Winged Hive Tyrants in that detachment in Vanguard Onslaught are super cool. But, yeah, I can understand why they would want to nerf them a little bit. Winged Tyrannid Prime went down 15. Now we're cooking with gas. So a max bioweapon warrior unit is, with the Tyranid Prime in it, is 235. Is that good? I can't tell. Ooh, spicy stuff down here. Zoanthropes got fucking trucked super hard. They went up 7 points per model. So 110 for the 3 model units and 200 for the 6 model, 220 for the 6 model units. Holy shit. That feels bad. Oh, Screamer Killers went down by 10. I missed that one. And the Turbigon went down by 10 as well. That feels like super shitty. So it's kind of the Desolation Squad issue where it's like this unit that's like holding the Codex up. Like they just like, it's Atlas doing his kneel with the entire Tyranid Index on the shoulders of the Zoanthrope squad. And that's like, it's like the only like high damage output unit in the faction. Everything else is like strength 6 AP 2. So it feels bad. I think that they had the wrong takeaway nerfing Zoanthropes, in my opinion. I think the unit was probably a little undercosted, but it didn't feel 7 points undercosted. Like, you could go to 35 points, or maybe 37 or 38. Just like feels kind of bad. Because the issue isn't that Zoanthropes, in my opinion, the issue isn't that Zoanthropes are too good. The issue is that the rest of the faction is so bad you have to rely on Zoanthropes. And that feels
Doesn't normal
weird.
FNP work for devs on Emissary?
The normal Feel No Pain does, yeah. But that only triggers if you're on the objective. So if you go second and eat hits turn 1.
Nid's nerf almost the same as Eldari. Rant Plaza.
No, the Tyrannid's nerf wasn't the same as Eldar. I guess if you take if you're like 8 on 18 Zoanthropes, it might be. Because you go up. Even then, it's 120 if you take all the Zoanthropes. It's like 120. You went up 10 with the Biobore, so like 130, 140.
Black Templar points drops are nice. 65-point Crusader squad with a last cannon is tasty. Ooh.
Crusader squads have always been like wildly efficient because every time they points cut Tactical Marines, they also hit Crusaders, and Crusaders have always just been better Tactical Marines. So like your like classic invasion fleet. Where's the Exocrine? Did it get changed? No, the Exocrine's the same. That's weird. I thought that Art of War had the Exocrine as plus 10. Maybe not. Maybe the Codex did. I don't know. So your invasion fleet went up like 150 or so, right? 120 for the Zoanthropes, 130 for the Barbgons, 140 for the Biovore, and then like plus 15 for the Tyrant. So you went up like 155. And obviously like I mean, Rippers are basically a new datasheet. It's hard to compare them to the old datasheet, right? Lictors went down, so you actually get a couple points back on Lictors. So like your points cuts are like half as bad as Eldar, and you got in the comparison between like Tyranids a week ago versus Tyranids now, you have way better rules, you have better data sheets, right? You have like Death Leapers more powerful, you have Nero Lictors now, you have more detachment options, whereas Eldar lost their good Phantasm and all their towering synergies. So like realistically, Tyranids did not get nerfed as bad as Eldar did. I think in the comparison, Tyranids is like a 50-50 win rate faction versus a 70% win rate faction. It doesn't look that great, right? Like Tyranids did not, in my opinion, deserve significant nerfs, and Eldar got like basically a slap on the wrist. But I don't think it's like, oh, Tyranids are bad. Like Tyranids got fucking trucked so hard, everything sucks. And Eldar didn't get any changes. Like Eldar, we talked about it, right? That Nova open list went up like 350 points. It's a lot, and the Tyranids didn't get hit as hard as that, in my opinion. We'll see how. I'll have to build some lists though to really feel it. I think that how much did my Vanguard Onslaught list change? I lost 30 on the Tyrants, and I had, I think, 14 Zoanthropes, so I lost 80, 90, so I lost 130 but I gained back 20 on the Lictors. Or 130, 140 on the Biovore. And I think I had 2 Ripper Swarms, so 140? But I gained back 10 on Death Leaper and 20 on Lictors. So I went up like 110 maybe. Which is, I mean, it hurts, but it's the downside of taking multiple Wing type Tyrants, which is probably not that viable anymore at 210. So you probably just cut one of them and then take more other stuff. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. Barbed Hierodulls went up a massive number, which is probably okay, because I think they synergize really well with the new detachments. Barbed Hierodulls went up 35. Harry Dan. I honestly think Harry Dan synergizes really well with the new detachments, too. The future might be Harry, honestly. He's 6'10 now. He went down 45 points. Hierophant somehow stayed the same, while remaining entirely unplayable. And then the side Hierodull went up 25. 45 point cut on Harry Dan. I'm gonna play this guy. This guy seems fucking nutty now.
Eldar have other good units. Nids don't.
Yeah, I mean that's basically the kicker. Like that's why Zoanthropes were good, right? Like Zoanthropes, the only time Zoanthropes felt like super duper worth their points is when they were shooting at like T3 infantry, which is like, all right, oh, you're good at sweeping toughness 3 infantry. What a time to be alive, you know? That means your profile's really good. But most of the time, they didn't feel that valuable. The downside is that everything else in the faction hits like a fucking wet pillowcase, which is why, like, you know, these norms are like basically dead on arrival because you're paying 300 points for this unit with a 2 damage melee attack or 3 damage melee attack. Strength 9, 3 damage. Let's go. 6 attacks. Like, woo, what a time. Can't even kill a rhino. Yay. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see how things end up. I will say, to be honest, though, getting significant points nerfs, especially after playing the Codex for a week, you know, based on the current points values and the points values in the Codex, getting significant points nerfs definitely does not make me excited for Tyranids, for sure. I think Tyranids will probably remain middle of the road like they have been, but I'm no longer as excited to build lists with Tyranids as I was yesterday. So, I don't think I'm gonna like mauled over the fact that the faction got a little bit of a touch, but I'm not enthused
with
about
Custodes no FNP, units more expensive / smaller. And what the hell with the Achilles increase?
With the Achilles, Dreadnought got increased? No way. What was it before? Oh, it went up 10 points? The fuck? These things are so bad. They're move 6. What? That doesn't make any sense, for sure. That's weird. But, like, if you were playing Custodes and you were not expecting a nerf, like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Custodes were, like, I think by the end, pretty close, if not like in line with Genestealer cults. I think Genestealer cults were maybe a step ahead, and definitely got a heavier nerf, but Custodes were super strong. The devastating wounds thing is like a weird interaction, and I hope that gets addressed at some point because it does feel like mass devastating wounds factions are just gonna like rip them apart. But especially like combi weapon factions, like I have no idea how you beat Thousand Suns with this army now. Like no idea. You just fucking die. There's no way. But like for the most part, it will probably not feel quite as bad. And going up a couple points in the environment where the army was super strong is probably to be expected. The weird thing is the unit size changes, in my opinion, especially to like regular Custodian Guard and stuff. And I understand they want to limit the Death Star hammer, but it was weird to just like take one archetype that was like honestly maybe not even the best and then just remove it from the Codex. But I talked about that earlier. All right. We said we were gonna do Blood Angels next, so let's do that. Bloody Angles. Let's take a look. Let's hear it for like 7-point Sanguinary Guard. And so Asterath went down 15. Ball Predator stayed the same. Which is kind of weird. That's the unit's not that good. Brother Corbulo is the same. Tycho is the same. Mephiston. Fisty Mephiston went down 120. What does he do? I don't even know what any of these units do. Do I even have the Blood Angels Index downloaded? I don't think I do. That's embarrassing. Where you at, Blood Angels? Give me your secrets. Reveal to me your statistics. He gives you a 4+ Fiona Pending and Psychic, always strikes first, and can mess with someone in the fight phase. Okay, well that's super meh. Sorry, Fisty Mephiston. That's not a particularly exciting combination of abilities. Dante went down 15. That's all right. That's okay. That's a nice little chunk of change there. Death Company Dreadnoughts went down 20, like all the box dreads. Death Company Intercessors went down 5, like all the Intercessors. Death Company Marines went down 15. Jetpack Marines went down 25. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty okay, right? Because those guys are like fairly mainline playable. Yeah, you got 50 points back on the big units. Furioso Dreadnought went down to 15. Gabriel Seth went down 20. Lamarties went down 15, excuse me. So the big Death Company unit, the big 10-man unit with Lamarties for -1 damage and a bunch of Thunderhammers, went down 65 points. That's solid. Plus, you're also, don't forget, like, these are Space Marine factions. You're also getting any points decreases from the Space Marine Codex as well. Regular Sanguinary Priest went down 20. Sanguinary Guard went down 8 points per model. Whew. So they're 35 now instead of 43. More expensive than a Terminator. But they're still, I think that's... 35 is maybe fine. That's fine. The Sanguinary Guard data sheet. They're still like kind of meh, right? Because they're just like... They're like 3 attack, like sort of idiot infantry. Where's Sanguinary Guard unit? I guess they're 4 with the sword. They're -1 to be hit, and they are -1 to be wounded while the Warlord is in the unit. No, whatever. Probably. Is that worth 35 points per model? Probably. That's not too bad. If you play them in Gladius Task Force. I don't know if I would play them in Sons of Sanguinius. A little bit awkward, but... oh, what am I looking for? Here. The detachment rules. Yeah, you get +1 strength and attacks. So they go to strength 6, 5 attacks on the charge if you play them in Sons of Sanguinius, but they don't have advance in charge, right? I feel like you need to play them in... Yeah, I feel like you need to play them in Gladius Task Force. You side grade Red Rampage for Honor the Chapter, and you get Advance in Charge for a CP, right? And then they're actually fast. Yeah, I feel like that's what you do. At least many of these are battle tactics. That's good. Librarian Dreadnoughts went down 15. And Sanguinary Priest with jump packs went down 20. Sanguinor went down 20 as well. Sanguinor's okay. He's like a cool defensive option because he can heroically intervene from space, right? That's his whole deal. He starts in Deep Strike and then just enters a fight with people. Where is that dude? Is he at the bottom? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's like a billion attacks. He has devastating wounds, which is good. At the end of your opponent's charge phase, if he's in reserve, select one unit that made a charge move, set him up within engagement range. The awkward part is that he doesn't... He's only like a toughness 4 idiot with a 4+ invuln, so he could just die sometimes. And he doesn't fight first. Oh, no, he does fight first. Oh, no, yeah, no, he's sweet. Yeah, Sanguinor at 140 is probably fine. Especially if your opponent has, like, medium infantry, and you're just like, I'll charge with my assault intercessors, and he's like, intervene from space. They're all dead. Here we go. And then everyone feels good. Have I seen the Tyranid enhancement points? I don't know if I saw them. Are they in this book, in this document? Actually, I think I did. I did see the ones out of the codex. Oh, okay, yeah, they're all here. Honestly, I don't remember which one what they were to begin with. Vanguard Onslaught, it looks like is the same. Oh, Stalker went down, actually. Stalker was 20, if I remember correctly. Or maybe it was 15 in the codex printed for Vanguard Onslaught, so that's good. That might be fine on the Wing-type Tyrant. Invasion Fleet, Synaptic Linchpin went up. Yeah, it's because they're trying to push Broodlords, and it's really good on a Broodlord. But the Broodlord got nerfed so hard, I don't even think he's worth playing anymore. That unit's too expensive now, in my opinion. Maybe it's okay in Vanguard Onslaught because they're fast still, but whatever. Oh, by the way, what's the points value on Von Ryan Sleepers? Oh, still 75. Okay, cool. I don't remember exactly what all of these are. The Synaptic Nexus looks the same. Yeah. Yeah, I think most of these are what was printed in the codex, if I remember correctly. All right, chat. Anything else that we want to look at? What are people talking about? We were talking about Black Templars a second ago. Look at Black Templars. Did their like wildly over-accosted multi-meltas that they attached to all their vehicles get that a decrease? Black Templars. Black Templars. Yeah. Nope. Their Lancer went up 5. I guess it's only 5 points over the regular one, so you pay 5 points for a multi-melta, which is probably fine. Yeah, that's what happened. All their gladiators became 5 points off the baseline version. Impulsor is the same. Repulsor is 20 points off the baseline version, which is a little bit like a lot. Oh, no, it's not. Yeah, no, it's the same. They all just got a points cut to be in line with the new one. The Castellan went down 5. Chaplain Grimaldus went down 25. All right, let's go. Crusade Squad went down 10. So 2 points per model across the board. Yeah, 2 points per model. That's in line with the other Tactical Marines. High Marshal Helbrecht went down 10. Marshal went up 5. Okay, weird. Primaris Crusaders went down 2 points a model. Primaris Sword Brethren went down 25. Whoa. They went down 5 points per model? Holy crap. Sword Brethren rock. That's a big cut. So they're, I guess they're still kind of expensive. They're 28 points a model now. Yeah, that is a lot, but they are very good. Emperor's Champion went down 10. That guy's kind of whatever. It's some nice like quality of life changes, I guess. And to be fair, Black Templars weren't really taking the stuff that was like turbo nerfed in Space Marines. So you might lose a couple points on Infiltrators, but then you like get most of that back immediately on the points cuts. So yeah, you went down a couple points for sure, unless you were like really spamming the Primaris stuff, in which the Primaris Crusaders, because there were lists that were rocking like 60 Primaris Crusaders, right? And those lists went down massively. So the Black Templars horde may be real, especially since Devastating Wounds doesn't like quite truck you as hard as it did. You don't have that situation where somebody like rolls Devastating Wounds and kills like 10 models with one shot, because each one can only kill one model. Seems fine. Yeah, looks good. Sword Brothers just kill everything? Yeah. That's their lot in life. Kill whatever we get in melee with. Let's go. Necrons? Oh, yeah. Let's talk about Necrons. Do we still have to auto-concede against Necrons, chat? Let's look. Especially if Tyranids went up and Necrons didn't. I'm never playing that matchup again. I'm just going to concede it. Canoptech Doomstalker went up 10. Doomstalker, okay. I've seen that model on the table one time. It didn't do anything. Reanimator went up 10. Whatever. Who cares? Cryptothrills went up 20. Alright. Maybe we're not auto, like, windmill slamming triple Cryptothrills into every single list. Doomsday Arc went up 25. Alright. Hexmark Destroyer went up 10. Model needs an errata, by the way. It shoots unlimited times right now, which is a little bit annoying. Illuminor Ceres went down 35. Although, to be fair, Ceres was, like, weirdly overcosted. He's, like, a big, cool lone operative, right? Who's, like, kind of, like, a huge force multiplier. But he was at 220. You would end up, like, outpricing the units you are force multiplying. So I kind of agree with that. I also think Silent King probably needed to go down. Oh, yeah, he went from, what, 470? Yeah, 470 down to 420. Hey, he's back to the meme points value. Da-da-da-da-da. That's good. I love that. Silent King should perpetually stay at 420 with its big, cool pimp hat. Imhotep the Stormlord went down 5. Dude's a CP battery. What are you talking about? He went down 5 for real? Fuck off. Okay. Locust Heavy Destroyers went up 5. Locust Lord went down. Come on, man. Really? Lich Guard went up 20. Oh, no, they went up 4 points per model. Okay, well, that's good. Get fucked, Lich Guard. So the Lich Guard brick is up 60. Where's the Overlord? Are Technomancers and Overlords the same? Because they don't deserve to be the same. Technomancers are the same. Overlords also... just 60? And Transcendent Catan went up to 300? From what? 280? So it went up 20? Really? That's all they did? And Sempiternal Weave is still fucking 10? Jesus Christ. So at least the list that was like double Lich Guard, triple Doomsday Arc went up a lot. That went up 60 for each Lich Guard unit, 25 for each Doomsday Arc, so 195, and then 20 for the Transcendent, so 215. And then maybe a little bit for the Locust Destroyers. I guess the Locust Lord and Heavy Destroyer unit went up in total. The Locust Lord plus the Locust Destroyer unit seems fine. The Heavy Destroyers are a little bit problematic because they're like, they could be single entity units that are also super cheap and do have a 6 damage gun. Their gun's fucking 6 damage shit. Or like 12 shot lethal hits. Or sustained 1. But at least the unit on the whole went up. Because if you take 3 models plus the Locust Lord, the Lord himself is cheaper, but the unit itself is more expensive. So it nets 10 extra points. So it's probably fine. So you probably up, I guess you're up 10 for the Reanimator too. So you're up like 2, the super duper like 1 note list went up like 250, which is probably okay. Which opens up some like more interesting play. This thing needs to get more than a 20-point increase. It just the interaction with the Transcendent Catan needs to be removed. It's so dumb. That should not be able to be like your Warlord and also fucking enhanced. That's nuts. It's so stupid. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's okay. Like, plus you lost a little bit of CP interaction with the battle tactic thing, but not really. And the same with like Nemesaur Zandrak. He can't hit anything he wants. But that, yeah, 40 points for Lich Guard and 20 points for Crypto Thralls is a lot of points. Because those are, you know, you're out at least, between those and the Reanimator, you're out at least 70 points in basically every single list that you construct in this faction. So it's like probably fine. We went down on low Scorpic Destroyers. Yeah, we went down 10 points on Scorpic Destroyers. Those things are probably still bad, though. Scorpic Lord went down 15. So they're trying to push the melee stuff a little bit more. Ophidians also went down 10. Yep. Tomb Blades, it doesn't appear that they changed, though. Yeah, that's weird. That unit's crazy. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't... I guess it's fine. Those are some pretty hefty points increases. And then, like, they cut the less used stuff, which I liked, so... I'm kind of ambivalent about it. I think the faction's still fucking broken, but probably less so now. I don't know. Where is there 11 points per model? What were they before? 12? Oh, they went down. I guess that's probably fine. I guess I'm less scared of the warrior bricks because they don't also just kill you. So, yeah. Although they do reanimate annoyingly, but they like give up blast. I guess they're basically the same points cost because the Crypto Thralls you're adding are the same value. Like, it's maybe fine. And you have to like jump through extra hoops to make them as hard to kill as the Lich Guard. The Lich Guard are definitely like better at surviving, I think, but maybe it's more of a side grade now. Like either you're the high volume unit or you're the tanky unit, and maybe you can take both, and you can take like Oberon or no, the 4+ invulnerable save guy. What's that dude's name? Oracan, not Oberon. Oracan. You can take Oracan in one unit. And you can take the Technomancer in the Lich Guard unit. And then you have, like, both units instead of just, like, windmill slamming double Lich Guard every time. And then, you're like, the lists are more interesting and varied. And, like, less obnoxious. Yeah. I won't say I'm happy with the Necron changes, but I'll accept it, okay? I'll accept this broken-ass fucking faction. Is probably still broken, but not as much so. It does feel worse having Tyranid points nerfs, but not Necron points nerfs, because that matchup is like so one note. It's just like, oh, Necrons are unkillable. They stand on all the objectives. You lose. You're like, all right, cool. Thank you. I love that. Demons. I do have a Demons army, so I am kind of personally involved in Demons. We'll do Demons, and then I'll do Thousand Suns, because I want to see where they ended up. I honestly might just like windmill slam Thousand Suns. The Thousand Suns being the faction of, like, small devastating wound guns means that the devastating wounds change actually probably, like, supercharges them super hard. Demons. So, Beast of Nurgle down 5. Okay. Be'lakor up 25. Jesus. That just means that you're paying 25 points less for your army because you have to take that guy. He's super strong. Bloodletters down 2 points per model. That's not enough. Bloodletters are fucking so bad. They have like 2 attacks apiece. This unit that's supposed to fight people off of objectives, they just they hit like a... They can't fight their way out of a paper bag. It's nuts. Blood Masters went down 10. Bloodthirsters went up 20, which is probably fair. Bloodthirsters are really, really efficient. Burning Chariot went down 20. Maybe that's good. The Burning Chariot just being a Exalted Flamer but costs extra has always been kind of weird. Demon Prince of Chaos went down 15, which is good. The Foot Demon Princes were always like wildly overcosted. They were kind of like the Hellbrutes of the like Chaos factions as well, where they were like, it's a sort of tanky like character dude. Make him expensive, and you're like, yeah, but he's like moves 8 inches and can't go through walls and actually only has 10 wounds. So he still dies immediately, and we'll never get to melee. Demon Ets went down 2 points per model. That's pretty good, if I'm being honest. Going down 20 points for the unit is solid. Fiends went down 20 points for the little unit and 60 points for the big unit. All right. Oh, no, 40 points at the beginning. Excuse me. They went down to 260. Yeah, they went down 40 points. So 20 points per 3. So they went down like 7 points apiece, basically. Flamers went up 15. That feels bad.
Bloodletters need to be 10 to 20 model units.
Bloodletters just need to have like actually good stats. I don't think you need to be like necessarily super duper like it's like these like huge horde mode. You just have to be able to kill what you charge. Like the whole thing is that they appear, stack a bunch of charge bonuses, charge onto an objective, and then fight your opponent off of it. What happens now is that they appear, stack a bunch of charge bonuses, and then if they fight anything that's not 5 regular Space Marines, they lose and get killed, and they immediately get killed. If they just like, let's pull up the Bloodletter datasheet. I played Bloodletters for a little while. I thought, because I was playing Rendmaster spam, so I could supercharge their melee attacks, and I was like, guys, this is gonna be sweet. We're gonna get billion attacks at like strength 8, AP 5, like 5 damage. It's gonna be amazing. And then like you make the comparison to any other Khorne like melee unit, and you realize that their points per attack is horrible. Now I can't find Bloodletters. That's the Skullmaster. There's the Rendmaster, my favorite man. Bloodletters, here they are. Yeah, 2 attacks base, chat. They have 2 attacks that like only get +1 to hit if they're next to a Bloodthirster, which they will never be because that's not how like the play pattern. If you're attacking something with a Bloodthirster, you don't also need to attack it with Bloodletters because what the Bloodletters are there for is to commit it to something that you don't necessarily want to commit a Bloodthirster into, like 5 Space Marines. But that's the only thing they could possibly kill. If you have like 10 Imperial Guardsmen, they'll miss half their attacks, fail to wound a bunch of times, and then your opponent won't die, and will just like fall back, shoot your unit to death, and retain the objective. It's like so bad. They just need like 3 or 4 attacks, or this needs to be reroll wounds, or reroll wound rolls of 1, reroll all wounds if your opponent's on an objective. If they got the old like Gene Stealer rule where they could reroll if they're charging onto an objective, great. But you're already charging. If you're charging something below half strength, you probably have killed it anyway. Like, what are demons going to drop you below half strength with? A gun? There's no guns in this faction. They have to charge you with 2 things, which means you're double committing 2 Bloodletter units into it, which are already too expensive. It's just a bad design of a unit. It's just terrible. Just so bad. Just give them like 3 attacks or 4 attacks or hit rerolls or wound rerolls or both. I don't know. Guo went down 30. Whoa, let's go, Guo. Guo was already seeing play, especially with the Endless Gift, which is 30 and is still 30. So it just gets Endless Gift for free now. Oh, the Guo at 280 with the Feel No Pain? That's very good. That's extremely efficient. Hellflayer went down 5 points per model. Karanak went down 10, which is good because it's like he was weirdly overcosted. Lord of Change went up 30, which is kind of to be expected. That guy was expensive. I wish he went up 30 and Everstave went down by like 10 or something because you're always stapling Everstave onto him. But it did feel kind of strange that the Lord of Change was like less expensive than a lot of other stuff that was a lot less well statted. Nurglings went down by 5 because they can't hold objectives, which is fair. Plague Bearers went down by 2 points per model. So all the infantry went down 2 points per model, which is solid. Poxbringer went down 10. Rendmaster stayed the same because he's a Chad and the best unit in the Codex. Rodigus went down 15. Let's go. Screamers went down 10. Seekers went down 10. Shalaxi went up by 50. Fucking trash, dude. Pay 450 points for 6 attacks. Let's go. Whatever. Scarbrand went down 20. All right, now we're talking. I think Scarbrand's like fringe playable. That guy's okay. Down 20 is solid for him. God, why are we nerfing Shalaxi? That's so weird. I don't know. Skull Cannon went down 5 or 10. 10 went down 10. Soul Grinder went down 15. Celeste went down 20. Solid. Celeste is like pretty okay. I think they grant. What is their ability? It's really good, right? Yeah, they grant 5+ critical wounds, and Demonettes have devastating, so they devastate on 5s, which is like super solid. Yeah. So you're attacking 30 times plus Celeste's attacks, which is another 12. Well, I guess the Celeste itself doesn't have devastating wounds, but the unit has 30 attacks they critical on 5. So they hit 20, they probably get 7 auto wounds through, which is like super good. Only against T5 though, up to T5. They don't. It is successful on modified wounds, so they don't automatically wound everything on 5s, unfortunately, which would be very good. And then you can respawn when you die. Yeah. Plus, there's a billion attacks already, right? It's like 6 3-damage attacks, 6 1-damage attacks, so 12 total attacks. Very good at clearing infantry. Celeste is kind of a baller. I like Celeste. It's just a little expensive is the problem, but now it's a little less expensive, so that's good. Blue Scribe's Zinch didn't change, which is good. Changeling went up 15. Probably fine. Still playable, I think, at 90. It's got a really good flamethrower. Although the Blue Scribes, in my opinion, have always been better. They're like the sleeper, because they were always cheaper. They were faster, they just couldn't go through walls was the downside, and they didn't have a flamethrower, but they did mortal wounds in your boon phase. So they actually did like a similar amount of damage. All they lost was the -1 to hit thing and this like the battle shock thing, which was only situationally relevant. And they got 10 points cheaper, but now they're 25 points cheaper, and they're much nicer. Torment Bringer on Exalted Chariot went down by 20, and the enhancement stayed the same. So you lost 25 points on Bellicor and 20 points on the Bloodthirster, so you go down 45 points, but your infantry's cheaper, and the Guo went down 30, and you probably just throw Shalaxi Hellbane in the garbage. The Shalaxi Hellbane... That's such a frustrating change to me, because it's basically the Zoanthrope thing, right? Where you're like, can we... Like, everyone's taking this model. Why is that? Could it be that nothing else in the faction has fucking rerolls? So everything else is wildly inconsistent, and Shalax is the only thing that you have, like, any modicum of expected damage from? Like, no. It must be because they're broken. It's certainly not because it's the only thing that actually like has good damage in the entire army. Besides the Bloodthirster, who again can just flub and do nothing half the time because it just rolls a bunch of ones. That's a frustrating change. It's very much like the Zoanthrope change. I think that Games Workshop has the wrong takeaways from some of these changes sometimes. But at least Scarbrand went down. That's kind of fun. Yeah. I'm interested, by the way, by people's comments. And maybe it's just a couple people and I'm like reading too far into it. But a lot of people are like, I hate that you can only play Monster Mash and Demons. And I always cock my head at those comments. And they're like, all I want to do is play Horde Mode Demons. And I'm like, really? Because the only reason that I play Demons is to play the Monster Mash. The Horde Mode Demons just seems like so uninteresting. You could play any faction if you want to play Horde Mode. I don't know. It's just funny. I guess it's to each their own, I guess. But playing the big greater demons is like the most fun thing to me, and it's always funny when I see people be like, all I want to do is play infantry. I'm like, why? You just want to take invulnerable saves on people and make them mad? Okay, I guess. Can we check out Sisters? Yeah, we'll check out Sisters. Bloop. Let's see. Astrid went down 15. Arcoflagellants went down 5. Ooh, Arcoflagellants already good. Battle Sister Squads went down 1 point per model. Canoness went down 10. Castigator went down 10. Secresants are the same, which is a little bit sad. Crusaders went up 5, which is probably fine because they were very, very efficient at 10 points per model. Dialogus went down 5. Dogmata went down 5. Dominions went down 10. Exorcist went down 10. Hospitaller went down 5. Imagifier went down 5. Immolator went down 15. Let's fucking go. Those things rock because they have fire support. Junith went down 10. That's solid. CP farm over there. Missionary went down 5. Mortifiers are the same. That's a little sad. Morven Vol went down 10. Palatine went down 5. Paragon Warsuits went down 40 points. Let's go. 13 points a model. So they're now, I guess, still like 66, which is a lot, but it is what it is. 67 points a model. Preacher went down 5. Repentia went down 10, but who cares? The unit's trash. Retributors went down 15. St. Celestine went down 15. Novitiates went down 5. Rhinos went down 5. Triumph of St. Catherine went down 25. So you pay like 10 or 15 more points for your double Crusader squads, and then you get like 10 to 15 points back on every single other entry in your army. So it feels like you'll have some more points to play with in Adeptuscustodes. Kind of weird they didn't change the core mechanics, but I think like Sisters are they're a scoring faction anyway, is where they kind of want them to be. They're like, okay, go die. Everybody explodes, but you get all your secondaries because you have a million units. Death Cult Assassins didn't get changed. They're still 17 points a model for like a fight firster in 2 model units, which is really good. Celestine going down is solid. Like, because she's actually okay in Zephyrim squads. Seraphim didn't change, right? Yeah, Seraphim did not change, which is fair. And Zephyrim also didn't change. But all the tanks went down, which is kind of what they needed. The characters went down a little bit, which is solid. And the units all went down by 10. Yeah. The Morven Vol Paragon Warsuit Squad for 325 feels very good now. That does feel much better than it did. It was previously 390, right? Because she was 250. Oh no, it was 375. So I guess it only went down. It only went down 50 points. Yeah, it only went down 50 points. Sisters needed rules changes. Yeah, but some people are like seeing success with them, and I think, you know, having most of the other factions in the game get like trucked really hard with nerfs, and then also Sisters like, and then you get like wildly more efficient. I think does feel it seems okay. Like, I definitely don't think it like transforms the faction into suddenly this powerhouse, but I definitely think it puts it more in the running in the mid tier. Definitely.
Check out Wolf and Dread ability, then add Tank Shock.
Yeah, so we were talking about the Wolf and Dread earlier. It needs an errata still. Because I think the intention is that you're able to multi-fight with the Wolf and Dread, but the core rules say you're only allowed to fight once per fight phase. So like what wins? I don't know. It doesn't specifically like, it's not like a specific fight again strat. It just is like allows you to be selected again. Or allows you to like resolve another round of attacking, which is technically illegal. And I don't know what the intention is. Like, I honestly don't know what the rule is supposed to do. It definitely allows you to fight multiple times in the shooting phase. If you're engaged and somebody shoots you because you're a vehicle, you can fight. You can absolutely fight every single time. But in the fight phase, if you charge somebody, fight them, and they fight you back, I don't know if their ability procs. Like, I straight up have no idea. Repentia are great. Yeah, talk to all the other Sisters players about that. I think is the takeaway. Repentia are like 2 attacks at T3, right? Like strength 6. It's not that great for kind of expensive. 13 points a model. You also can't charge out of the Rhino generically, right? Because they have to. They need an assault ramp. So you don't have a way. They're T3 like 1-wounders, and you don't have a way to deliver them past Overwatch. You just have to like just move normally and then charge, which is sort of problematic. Yeah. So they get rerolls, but they're getting rerolls on 2 base attacks is the issue. Like that, the issue isn't the abilities, the issue is the output, right? A 5-model Repentia squad, you're getting like, oh, I'm getting full rerolls, yeah, but you're full rerolling 10 swings, which is not great on a unit that will likely lose. Like, they're a 6-up, 5-up, feel no pain. If your opponent has any Overwatch at all and you're threatening Repentia into them, they're gonna save it for that. And basically, almost regardless of the unit shooting at them, they're almost guaranteed to lose at least 1 model to Overwatch. Which cuts down their output significantly. Yeah. And they don't have a advancing charge, right? Unless there's one in the faction that I'm forgetting about. I guess you can +1 to wound them with a CP. Yeah. Yeah, so they're kind of slow as well. Just a little bit awkward. Yeah, I don't know. It's just not a good baseline for a melee unit. What are the indirect changes other than not being able to Overwatch? That's the only change. The other one is that things got way more expensive, I think, generally. Things with indirect fire typically got big points nerfs. Which faction is worse than Sisters? I don't know. Well, I mean, who knows at this point? There could be many factions worse than Sisters. There's somebody asking a question about Tau. Tau probably on the table for that. Oh, I guess I'm searching for like Tau, but it needs to be. What just happened there? It needs to be Tau Empire. We get an increased down sheet. Oh no, he decreased. Oh, that's Anshi, not Anva. Yeah, Anva is the same. Breachers went down. Ooh, Breachers went down a lot. Did Devilfish go down? They did. Ooh, Breacher Devilfish team went down 40 points. That's solid. Broadside Battlesuits went down 20. Cadre Fireblades went down 10. All the Commanders went down 10. Crikey Boys went down 15. Kroot Carnivores went down 2 points a model. Whoa, that's nuts. Hammerhead Gunships went down 15. That's probably fair because Devastating Wounds got like kind of nerfed super hard on those units. Kroot Farstalkers went down 35 points. Really got to push those. They didn't sell enough of the Kill Team box. They were like, guys, we have too many of these in the warehouse. Can we push them somehow? Yeah, just make them super cheap. 12 models for 70 points. Let's go. Kroot Shaper went down 10. Kroot Oxriders didn't change. Funny. That's a tough one because it's a single model unit with a pre-game move, right? They have Scout, if I remember correctly. Long Strike went down 30. Holy shit. Yeah, Tom seems sweet actually. Just like hyper efficient on their profiles. Riptide Battleshoots went down 55 points. Whoa, bro. Skyray Gunships went down 30. Stealth Battlesuits went down 15. Yo, dude, Tau rock. Even like without looking at any changes, right? The normal like triple crisis with the commanders went down 30 points per crisis team plus 10 points per commander, so 120 from that alone. Plus you have like 2 stealth battlesuit teams and they both went down 15, so you went down like 120 already.
That's Murderfang you're thinking of. He's the unique Dread regular wolf, and Dread is its own cheap data sheet and a fun ability to have.
Oh, I'm sorry, chat. You're right. I was thinking of the character. I've definitely forgotten what Wolf and Dreads do now. I've always liked Wolf and Dreads because they were cheap and they used to be able to take 2 heavy flamers. I think they might have gotten rid of that. Oh, that's a Venerable Dread. Where is this data sheet? Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah, they impact attack. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's solid. The downside for them is the 8-inch move, but you can like supplement that with rapid ingresses or Gladius Task Force. But it's better than the normal dreadnoughts, and I think like at being cheaper, like the Wolfbot lists are pretty solid. Because this guy with a Blizzard Shield's like a 4+ in Vuln, 6+ Feel No Pain, which is pretty good. And it used to be, oh yeah, any number of their Stormbolters, and they can take, they start with 2, they start with a Great Axe, or Wolfclaw plus Stormbolter. Yeah, so they start with a Stormbolter, and they can replace their axe with a Stormbolter, with a claw with a Stormbolter, and then replace both Stormbolters with heavy flamers. So you can take double heavy flamers on them, which was always the case. I think it's weird because I think their second flamer is on the underslung on the arm with the shield on it. So I have no idea how they shoot it. They shoot it underneath the shield, I guess. But I mean, 2d6 flamer shots, especially because you can like Devastator Doctrine them now, so you can go into like advance and shoot territory, which was always kind of the issue previously, where you could never advance and shoot the flamers, and you would always want to be like advancing up the table with them to get them closer. But then you couldn't shoot your cool heavy flamer shots. But having 2d6 flamers on Overwatch and stuff is like super sick. Yeah, I love those guys. Tyranids will swap places with Talon in the win rate. I mean, maybe. I don't think Tyranids are in that bad of a spot. Although Tower like doing pretty okay. And honestly, like, I actually, all right. All of the win rate information that we have currently is fucked. It's fucked so hard because you can't go into a format where one faction is almost 100% converts its players to 4-1 in GT level events and look at the win rates of other factions without it being super skewed, right? Because like each faction win rate becomes contingent on your specific ability to win that one matchup and your ability to dodge that one matchup. And I think that there's very little you can take from like the current, like all of the current statistics. Basically, like looking at the win rates, you just be like, Eldar are broken. Everything else is a big ass question mark. So like, who knows if Tower are gonna be like super sick now? I have no idea. Compared to Tyranids, like who knows? None of Tyranid points should have gone up besides Zoanthropes. Yeah, I mean, very few did, right? Scott Sandler, thanks for the super chat, by the way. Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, Zoanthropes went up and some other stuff went up. Like, Tyrannofexes went up. Who cares? The unit sucks. But also, like, Lictors went down. Like, a bunch of shit got dropped. Lictors went down. A bunch of the infantry went down. Some stuff stayed the same, which is kind of nuts. Given how hard they nerfed like mid-tier factions, I think that Tyranids did not get hit as hard as they could have. I'm sad that like wing type tyrants are paying the price because that kind of feels bad. I think Zone Thrope's probably gonna hit too hard, but yeah, I don't know. I think other stuff got decreased in such a way that it sort of makes up for the fact. Plus, you get more models and more detachments than everyone else now too. Like between now and the next DATASLATE update, it's gonna be 3 months, right, until the next points value change. Tyranids and Space Marines will, to my knowledge, and we may see more spoilers come out, to my knowledge, be the only factions with codexes, right? So they will automatically get a leg up over other factions, just by virtue of the fact that they are more flexible and can play and can swap more dexterously into a changing metagame. So, like, I think Tyranids are going to pay the cost a little bit of having the first codex, because in order to make the game interesting for the next couple months, they you know, their units are a little bit more expensive, but they have more interesting interactions. And then if they suck after that, in 3 months they'll see a big points nerf, and then points cut. Like, they'll revert these changes, and then Tyranids will be back to being fine, in line with all the other factions that get codexes. That's what I'm crossing my fingers for, and that's kind of what I assume is happening right now. We already talked about Necrons, chat. We went over Necrons already. 245 points to terrain effects, and Swarmlord is not as super bad a pick at 270. I think Swarmlord's dead at 270. He's like kind of horrible. Terrain effects at 245 is like, yeah, he's unplayable. But whatever. Winter's supposed to be Necrons and AdMac. Sick. Love more Necron releases. Let's go. Let's go. We'll get Necrons super busted for 3 months. It'll be sweet. Anyway, chat. I think that's most of the changes. Could prognosticate a little bit of a power level. I'm so interested on seeing how these Eldar lists build out. I think Eldar are still probably hands down the best faction. I think they have to work for it now. They have to play like the direct fire shooting armies. But you can still rock like double Night Spinner. Those didn't go up that much. Rangers didn't really go up that much. So you can still play like the Illic Knight Spear Ranger unit. And then you just like are windmill slamming Phantasm on that every turn. Out of like the MSU, you're probably losing like 2 or 3 tanks out of like the MSU Yanari list that was like a bunch of direct fire shooting, and then like 2 Night Spinners. So it might move to like the more infantry focused stuff. I don't know. I think the Wraithguard list is probably the best now, because you're still incentivized to play one big huge unit. And Wraithguard are just the best at that. They only went up a couple points, and they didn't really, like, very few of their interactions changed. So I kind of think that you're in on the Wraithguard list. So Wraithguard with the Spirits here is like 400 with the enhancement. It's like 420. Hey, bada bada ba. And then you want like Fire Prisms and Night Spinners. Or you're probably just in on like Void Weavers and Warwalkers, honestly. And still Ravagers, I bet. Ravagers are just better than a Warwalker. They're 5 more points and they get an extra shot. And I guess they're easier to kill. But that's the only difference, really. So you might still be on Yanari playing that stuff. So you're like 420, 535 with the Wayleaper. You want the Foot Farseer, who went up to like 80, right? Yeah. So you're at like 615. So you have 1,400 points to play with like a bunch of stuff. You probably want to guide Farseer, so maybe another 90. So you have like 1,300 points, and then you're like 2 of these guys, 2 of these guys. That's 700, and then like, you know, 5 of whatever little vehicles. Or like 3 or 4 support infantry squads, and then like 2 or 3 vehicles. And that's probably still the list. It doesn't feel to me like the nerfs were hard enough to stop Eldar from being super strong, honestly. Yeah, Wraith Knight's 510, but like the nerfs to the Wraith Knight were like on an interactive level, right? He can't Phantasm, he can't Overwatch, he can't Devastating Wounds infantry, so now his gun's only good against heavy targets. It's not good against everything like it was previously. He can't see over terrain, which is the big issue with the Wraith Knight, right? Because you couldn't kill that guy in the swing back, but he could kill you. Now you can actually hide from him. Like every single, he only went up a couple points, but every single level of synergy that the Wraith Knight was like abusing super hard it has been removed from him, basically. I still think he's really good, and if you wanted to play a big gun Wraith Knight, you're fine, right? He's just gonna shoot other knights and kill them. But I think that's like specifically what he does. He's no longer this like catch-all answer to everything. He's not like the most maneuverable, hardest to kill, hardest hitting unit in the whole game, and there's no way to stop it. Like now he's just like a dude. He's just a big gun platform that's good at shooting other titans, which is probably okay. And guard should be 400? Okay. Oh yeah, we were gonna do Thousand Suns. I totally forgot about Thousand Suns. Y'all keep... It's all this Tyranid bias in this channel. Y'all keep distracting me with Tyranid talk. Tyranids are the fun army right now anyway. Ooh, looks like Thousand Suns got some nerfs, my dude. Ahriman went up 20, which is probably fair. That dude's efficient as fuck. Somehow he went up more on his disc. Oh no, yeah. He went up 20 on his foot and 25 on the disc. Really? I guess the disc is probably worth 10. Because he kind of benefits the double move a little bit more. Exalted Sorcerers went up 10. Those guys are kind of bad, so who cares? Disc Sorcerers went up 10, whatever. Infernal Masters went up 15. That's, like, totally understandable. That guy was broken. Magnus went up 30. Mutolith Vortex Beast went up 20. Rubrics went up 2 points model. Scarab Occults went up 1, or also 2 points model. Those guys aren't even good. Thousand Suns Cultists went down 5. What the fuck? Okay. Demon Princes went down 30? Alright, well, we end on Demon Princes now. Holy shit. Defilers went down 10. Winged Demon Princes went down 5. Really? The winged one went down less than the foot one? The foot one's actually good. The winged one sucks. Land Raiders went down 10. Mauler Fiends went up. Okay. You gotta nerf those Mauler Fiends, dude. You know it was too strong? That fucking unit. Sorcerers went up 10. Terminator Sorcerers went up 10. Vindicators went down 10. Alright, yeah, kind of side grades. So you lose, like... You lose a bunch of points in the rubrics, which is, I think, to be expected. They were, like, way too spammy. And Magnus. Magnus hurts. I think they wanted to... Yeah, they just really want to like hit the super spammy armies. You're like always in on cultists now. I think that Thousand Suns Demon Prince actually goes from being like kind of overcosted to being pretty solid at 180. Because he's like a 2+ save dude. He grants stealth and an aura, so both himself and other people. So he can make Magnus -1 to be hit. Plus all your rubrics. And he's like kind of a sweet late gamer if he's with Magnus for the most part. He's like strength 8 in melee, so unless you have the +1 to wound, he doesn't really hit vehicles and stuff that well. But he's a good caddy for... I think he's like a +2 ritualer as well. A lot of people caddy him with Lord of Forbidden Lore because he can kind of stand in weird places and not really be in danger. So the character lists, the lists that were like focused really, really heavily on a billion characters got hit super hard. You lose 30 points on Magnus, and they played like 7 sorcerers, so you lose like 70 points there. So 100 points, and then you lose 2 points per rubric, and you usually ran 30, so you lose like 60 points there. So you lose like 160 points, which is a lot, but it's no Gene Stealer cults, let me tell you about that. The Calidus Assassin went down? Yeah. Well, that's because its ability got nerfed. So, interesting discussion, by the way, chat. This is a total tangent, but it does involve the Calidus Assassin. So I was going to release a video yesterday. I didn't end up releasing a video yesterday because I had a video scripted, recorded, and about 50% edited, and I was ready to. I was a couple hours away from hitting publish on it, and it was because of the. Let me grab the Calidus Assassin real quick. Because of this ability right here, polymorphine. So there were a bunch of comments in my video about the super broken units, the most ludicrous units in 40k. And I mentioned that you could turn 1 Deep Strike Alaris Custodians because they have this ability. At the end of your opponent's turn, you can put them into reserve and then, remove them from the battlefield nebulously, and then in the next turn put them back on the table. And in every other edition of the game, the Calidus Assassin's ability, or this ability, because it starts on the table, is not a reserve ability. It's a reposition ability, which doesn't consider you to be in reserve. Anything that interacts with reserve units that are currently setting up on the table interacted. So if you have like Omni Scramblers or area denial effect, you could prevent them from coming back in, but they weren't considered a reserve. That's changed in 10th edition. The rules commentary actually considers any unit setting up on the battlefield to be synonymous with arriving from reserves, which means that reposition effects like this might be affected by the restriction that you can't come in from reserve on the first round unless you started on the table and are specifically strategic reserving, which this is not doing. It is doing a pseudo deep strike, but not actually a deep strike. And so I had an entire video explaining why this ability worked on the first turn, and halfway through it, while I was like pulling pieces out of the rules commentary, I noticed that it might not actually work on the first turn. So you might not be able to do this turn 1. Every tournament that I know of rules that you can, but that I think is not actually the letter of the rule. And I'm a little confused about it now, which is a little funny and not particularly.
How did Orcs or Grey Knights fare?
We can take a look at Grey Knights and Orcs. Yeah, it's just weird, just super weird. And I'm not really sure how I feel about it. I was mad that I spent an entire day on working on something that was probably wrong, but I don't know. It's a strange time. Yeah, all right. Let's look at Orcs, Mr. Drew. They had no rules changes, which is good. Honestly, Orcs feel like they needed the least change. I feel like the Orcs were in probably the best position. It doesn't look like they changed too much. Let's see. Beast Nagaboy stayed the same. Beast Boss went up. Probably okay, because he's like, hits like a truck. Big Mech and Mega Armor went down 15. Cross and Force Field went down. Snake Rot went down by 20. That's solid. His unit's a little too expensive, the Commando unit, because you have to take 10 of them now. You can't take 5ers, which feels a little bit bad. But his abilities are good because he can just like instantaneously redeploy, which is sweet. Zagstrick went down 10. Burnas went down 5. That's solid. Burnas are good. Death Dread went down 20. Thank God. Thing's so awkward. Death Killer Wartrike went down 10. Def Coptas went down 15, 5 points per model. Is that right? Yeah. Gorkanaut went down 15, solid. Gretchen went down 5. Oh, okay, let's go, Gretchen. Huntas went down 20. Badrick went down 15. Ooh, that's good. Killrig went down 20. Ludas went down 1 point per model. Meganobs went down 5 points per 2, so like 2.5 per model, basically. The Morkanaut went down 20, basically reversing some of the old towering changes to make up for the new towering rule. Knob on Smashing Skig went down 15. Holy shit, that guy's amazing. Knobs went down 2 points per model. Pain Boss went down 10. Pain Boy went down 10. Tank Bustas went down 15. Those guys are good too. Trucks did go up 10. All right, so that's where the downside is. War Bikers go down 5 points for the little unit. And 10 for the big unit. War Boss went down 5. Mega Armor War Boss went down 15, because he bad. And then a bunch of big tracks went up 15, which is probably fine. Their datasheet's borked, by the way. They have a restriction on their... I think I talked about it in a video recently. They have a restriction on their cannon, where if you equip their big cannon, I think it's supposed to restrict their transport capacity, but it doesn't, because it references a gun that they don't have on their profile. So like they can upgrade their gun to a better gun, but if they take a different gun that's on a different model's datasheet, then their transport capacity is restricted. So currently, you can I mean, it's not that good because it's a 5+ ballistic skill weapon, but you can take a transport that can carry a bunch of models and has a super sweet gun for previously for 75 points, now for 90, which is probably fine. Seems good. Grey Knights was the other one. They did get a little nerf in that their Haloed and Soulfire can't get free stratted anymore, which sucks. Kind of kills that stratagem a little bit, honestly, but whatever. I don't know how often people relied on that. Let's see. Brother Captains went down. Stern went down 20. Champion went down 5. Chaplain went down 15. Good, because his ability got nuked. Librarian went down 10. Let's go. Didn't expect that. Tech Marine went down 25. Holy shit. Brotherhood Terminators went down 3 points per model. So they are 42 points a model now. That's solid. Castellan Crow went down 20. Solid. Grandmaster went down 20. Nemesis Dread Knight Grandmaster went down 45! Holy shit. Voldus went down 20. Grey Knights Land Raider went down 30. Crusader went down 20. Redeemer went down 30. Razorback went down 10. Rhino went down 5. Interceptors went down 5 points per model. Is that right? Yeah, 25 for the unit. So they're 27 points a model now. That's very good. Whoa. Yeah, Grey Knights are fucking sick now, dude. I also have a Grey Knights army. Am I a Grey Knights player? Am I a Grey Knights player now, chat? Nemesis Dread Knights went down 30. Paladin squads went down 30. Purgation squads went down a shit ton. 55. 11 points per model. Oh, because of the indirect fire thing. Yeah, they put them up because of indirect fire and like because they knee jerked super hard, and then we're like, okay, sorry guys, mea culpa. Purgation squads with their like shitty ass psi cannon is not worth. What were they before? 40? No, 30. Like 37 points a model. Is that right? Jesus Christ. And then, yeah, 36 points a model, I think is the actual number. And then strike squads went down 10 points, 2 points per model. Ooh, those are some big changes. Nemesis Dread Knight seem pretty sweet now, chat. The Grandmaster Nemesis Dread Knight being 200 points is a real good number for a unit that advances and charges in full rerolls its hit and wound rolls. That seems good. When a unit is equipped with ranged weapons, unless the rules specifically states otherwise, units that have shot are no longer eligible to shoot until the start of the next phase. That is not new. Is that in the... Oh, I full screen this, by the way. Oops. Did they update the rules commentary? If they did, I don't have it. Oh, they did! They did updated the rules... Oh, we're doing it live, chat. They updated the rules commentary as we were live right now. This is new. Ooh, boy. All right. All right. Prepare your buttholes for ridiculousness. Yeah. New entries are marked in red, right? Revised entries are marked in red. Entries marked with an asterisk should be disregarded if you are playing a game using the balanced data slate. The fuck? Okay, that's weird. Oh, is that the only update? Unless a rule specifically states otherwise, units that have shot are no longer eligible to shoot until the start of the next phase. So that's good. That's a good clarification. That was clearly the intention of the rules. The reason that that's relevant, by the way, chat, for people who don't know, is that there's a bunch of abilities, stuff like actions from the mission set, or the Tau army rule, where you can guide other units if you haven't shot that turn. That require you to be eligible to shoot to use them, but the shooting eligibility rules never stated shooting prevented you from being eligible. You are eligible to shoot if you fulfilled a set of criteria, which was not advancing or not having assault weapons and advancing, and not being in engagement range of enemies. If you were eligible to shoot, you could be selected to shoot in the shooting phase, but being selected to shoot in the shooting phase did not prevent you from shooting, from being eligible, because that wasn't one of the criteria that they stated. So they accidentally made it so that you could shoot and then use abilities that required you to still be eligible to shoot. So you could like shoot and then do actions, or shoot and then guide people in Tau. And that was clearly unintended, but a lot of people ruled that it was correct. And that just that revises that. So that's good. I guess, is that the only change? Well, that was easy. All right. Well, that was less exciting than I expected it to be, to be perfectly honest. Vehicles with bases can measure from the hull. Oh, is that also in there? Did I just like totally skip an entry? Is that new? Yeah, I don't know about hull measurement stuff, chat. Because this entry, I don't believe, is different, right? There was, models that are so large they overhang their base. It's not physically possible for their bases to touch, in which case you can measure from the hull. That's only if you have a base vehicle that measures over. This is a problematic rule, though. This has always been an issue since they started, because they never define which models that applies to and when it applies to them. So most models are physically too large so that it is possible for other models not to touch them from a very specific angle, right? If you have a guy with an outstretched sword, if your model is trying to move where the sword would be touching, does that suddenly mean that I can hull measure to you? What if I could move 1 millimeter to the left and then the sword's not touching me? Do I still hull measure to you? Like this is probably the worst rule like in this entire thing. It's very bad. Page 15. Oh, here we go. Yeah, you're right. When measuring to and from vehicles with bases, always measure to and from the closest part of the model for all rules purposes. When a model ends a move in within engagement range of one or more vehicles with bases, it is considered to be in base contact with that vehicle or those vehicles, while it is within 0 inches horizontally and 5 inches vertically of any part of the vehicle model. Oh, cool. So, well, first of all, I fucking hate this. This sucks. Oh, excluding aircraft and walkers. Okay, just kidding. That's not too bad then. Yeah, I still don't love it, but it's probably okay. Yeah, I totally skipped over that chat. Yeah, you're right. That was my bad. Oops. So you basically projection measure now, which I love. First of all, that's great. That's a WTC rule, by the way, where you always measured vertically. You measured, instead of measuring to a model, I guess you don't technically projection measure. You still measure to the physical hull. But the WTC for a long time, and they might still do this, ruled that when you measure to a model like a skimmer, like a Eldar grav tank, you measure to the portion of the battlefield that was underneath that model. So you basically had like a top-down footprint that you would measure to and from. You don't do that, it looks like here, but you're considered to be in base contact if you're in contact with that projection measurement. The reason that matters, it's kind of strange, is that models that are up on a flying stand, but are significantly overhang their hull, are actually farther away than you would measure to a model with a base, because you have to measure vertically to them. You have to measure at an angle up. So it actually gets a little bit tougher to measure. It doesn't usually matter that much, and most people, you just like measure, like, I don't know, eyeball it, and it's kind of whatever. But it is like, it's in very specific edge cases, it's super weird. That was why for a while you could actually make a closer than 9-inch charge in 8th edition, because, or in 9th edition, because you had a vertical, they had to change it so that reinforcement abilities area denied you out horizontally rather than the true measurement between the two models. Because you had a vertical engagement range, you would measure horizontally between the two models, but then move a shorter distance, or you would measure at an angle between the two models, and then you'd move a shorter distance horizontally across the table to get within an inch of them, because the angled distance was greater than the horizontal distance, because it's easier to travel in a straight line. So you could actually make 8-inch charges out of deep strike, which is super nuts and super unintended. But I don't know, hull measurements are just the worst rule. I wish they'd get rid of it. But it is what it is, and at least they defined it now, so it's not a fucking nightmare anymore. But the weird part is where this is going to come in is like stuff like Star Weavers that are a base measurement non-walker, non-aircraft unit that has like a little tiny bit off the edge. And now those are going to measure from like the little like pokey pincers that go out the front. It's also a little bit strange that this is vehicles only, not monsters. But I guess almost all monsters have bases, so it's fine. Oh, are these new? The examples here? Are there any like transformative changes there? I don't think these are new, right? Yeah, these are old. I remember most of these existing. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Well, that's nice. That's a nice little update. How are we feeling about these changes, chat? Hey, Damned Legion, thanks for the super chat. Or for the membership, by the way. Appreciate you. It looks like the change. This is the change they made 1 week after 10th edition. They just dropped it now. Yeah, there are some factions that feel like they got nerfed too hard. And Eldar definitely, I don't think got hit hard enough for sure. But I mean, I'm interested to see how it goes. The points changes might be good enough, honestly. And the Phantasm change, like the Phantasm change was so nuts, it was insane. Indeed, Deathwatch nerfs. Yeah, Deathwatch seem kind of dead on arrival now. I think you're in like Dark Angels if you want to play Dark Angels or Ultramarines if you want to play Space Marines. In my opinion, which is like probably, I don't know. It's like it's not nice. It's not fun, but maybe Deathwatch are fine because they're maneuverable enough. And like worst case scenario, as long as Gladius Task Force is good, you're always like you have some play, right? Because like worst case, you could just like run a couple of kill teams and then Windmill Slam that big, you know, aggressor brick or something with the sustained hits shots. Phantasm can't be vected though. I guess that is true. Yeah, because it's a strategic ploy. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Should probably be a battle tactic. They really want battle tactics to be offensive and defensive buffs, but it's kind of weird that they don't, like, they don't consider defensive movement a buff. I guess that also is the same for, like, reactive movements, like squad tactics or the new Tyrannid one, where you can move 6 inches when somebody moves into you. Like, those can't be vected. They're also not free stratable, which is okay, but yeah, that might be a little problematic, actually. I didn't think about that, but that's really good. Eldar, most improved faction.
I just joined in and haven't had time to look, but in 1 or 2 sentences, how did AdMech end up?
I don't know, they're solid. I think they got some points cuts, and Skitari got a huge bump. All of the Skitari got +1 to all their saves. Adeptuscustodes. Yeah, it looks like basically most stuff went down significantly in points cost, and all the Skitari like infantry got +1 to armor and invulnerable saving throws, which is huge. So they didn't get their ballistic skill back, but they went back to where they were in like 9th edition, where they were just like strictly superior guardsmen basically. Which is good. I mean, Skitari are really good, so that's solid. And they trigger all your synergies. Not convinced they're the top dog with things like Necron bricks. I mean, maybe. The Necron bricks also went up a ton, though. Like, we were talking about Necron lists that went up 200 points. Yeah, Death Guard seems sweet. I'm excited to see Death Guard on the table more again, actually. I bet I'll be unexcited pretty quickly, because then they'll be like, they'll just shoot -1 to hit on me, and I'll be like, what the fuck? Why is it -1 ballistic skill, not -1 to hit? Why does it stack with -1 to hit effects? I hate this. And then there's like a 250 point Great Unclean one, like -2 toughnessing me, and I'm like, no, what's happening? I'm being destroyed. Death Guard aren't supposed to be this good. What? Yeah, I bet Death Guard are gonna be cool. Great Unclean one for 250, chat. Can we talk about that real quick? 250 for that fucking thing. That's gonna be solid. That's like, it's like almost just a solid support ability, because you could just like win, like spam cast your -1 toughness thing on them. Oh, I love that. Warriors, well, Warriors side graded, because the Warriors themselves went down by a point, but the Crypto Thralls went way up. So the unit itself is the same. But the Lich Guard bricks went up like 60 points. I'll still be annoyed by them, honestly. Necrons are like super busted. I don't know why they didn't change the Transcendent Catan thing. That's fucking nuts. That's like so pants on head. Like, honestly. I'm not even sure that they're like aware that it's an interaction, which is a little frustrating, because it's like so busted. Did Deathwing Command go down? I don't know if I noticed. We looked at Dark Angels already. Deathwing Command went to 41. What were they before? Deathwing Command was at... No, it went down 1 point per model. It didn't get a big change. Deathwing, yeah. The Terminators went down a little bit. Like, most of it went down like 1 point or 2 points per model. Plus, you get all the buffs from Space Marine stuff going down, too. You put them in Terminator or Land Raiders that are like 40 points cheaper now. All right, chat. Ooh. Well, this has been a hell of a stream so far. I'm kind of psyched, honestly. Again, I'm not sure I'm totally happy with the changes. I think, like, I mean, there were some factions that definitely needed to be changed, but it doesn't feel like Eldar got as big of a hit as they needed to. I'm a little worried about Necrons, definitely, but we'll have to see how things go. The Tyrannid changes are like kind of surprising. Like Tyrannid's Genestealer Cult and Imperial Knights feel like I don't what the fuck is going on over there. Genestealer Cults were very good in a very annoying way, but I definitely think they got wildly over nerfed. Because I think they went from being like number 2 or number 3 in the game to being like bottom mid tier. If I were to hazard a guess. I guess they can still Alpha Strike, but their stratagems are less efficient. They can't duplicate them, so they can't Alpha Strike with multiple units. Their armies got like significantly more expensive. They probably lost 200 points on most of their army compositions. So I don't know, man. The Imperial Knights changes were kind of nuts. I'm not sure Imperial Knights survive, to be honest, which is a little bit frustrating. And yeah, so we'll kind of see how things go. The fact they didn't have to hit the Eldar army detachment rules is insane. Yeah, it's wild that the Eldar detachment rule is not 1 hit or 1 wound. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. Like, I would be fairly happy with that. The fact that it remains 1 hit and 1 wound is sort of insane. Orcs are happy. Yeah, Orcs like mostly got side graded on points. Some of their stuff went up, but most of their stuff, like their trucks went up, so they lost like 50 or 60 points on trucks alone. But then they got debuffs on like a lot of their characters and stuff, so or points decreases, I should say. So Orcs are like mostly staying the same. They might have gotten a couple points off, but otherwise I think they're mostly the same. It's definitely gonna be a shakeup for sure. Yeah. I have faith in Eldar players, though. I bet Eldar players still come up ahead. Thoughts on Votann? I'm not sure they went far enough on Votann. You get a lot more Judgment tokens now, but the problem is that still that Judgment tokens are, like, they're non-stackable with stuff, so like you're +1 hit and wound against a lot of things, which is good. And I think time will tell whether or not that's a good enough upgrade, plus points decreases. But I'm not 100% sure it will be. Votann will probably still be, like, I don't know, in the middle somewhere. The reroll rule was the biggest reason for the win rate. I don't think that's entirely the case. I think that's a little... You could cut the reroll rule and keep everything else in Eldar the same, and their win rate I don't think would change significantly. But it did, like, shore things up. I think that the interaction with, like, Wraith Knights and Phantasm and being almost wholly uninteractable was probably the biggest issue with Eldar, which hasn't really changed, to be honest. And as people in chat pointed out, actually got a little bit better. Like, Phantasm honestly side-graded, which I am shocked to about. Yeah. Being unvectable is a pretty good place for a stratagem to be. So... Base 40k rulebook, not even 2 months old, already obsolete. Welcome to Warhammer 40,000, chat. The game where the company that creates it makes a lot of their money off books that are worthless. Worth nothing. Just don't buy GW books. That's my best advice to you. Get the rules online, because buying a book kills trees, costs you a bunch of money, and gives you a gorgeous paperweight with a lot of beautiful art in it that you will never use after the first week that you own it. Which is just sucks. Not sure it's enough to get them out of the bottom. Honestly, I think AdMech were trending pretty solidly upwards. We saw more and more people going X and 1 with AdMech. And I think a lot of the Predators getting nerfed, plus AdMech getting points changes and like better infantry, is definitely going to go a long way. I think AdMech were probably the most underrated faction out of the new edition. I think that the issue is that a lot of people don't want to play Breacher spam, but Breacher spam is so fucking insane. I'm not gonna I shouldn't say it's so insane. I should say it's very good. It's a solidly decent army. And then a lot of people just didn't want to play it, and they're like, well, I want to play Castellans and Archaeopters and Taraxi or whatever. And you're like, okay, sure, but you're, gonna drop an extra game for that probably. And then like complain that their faction's bad. And you're like, well, you have a really good list. You'll play that one. It's like Space Marine players who didn't play Desolators being like, Space Marines suck. This faction's unplayable. And you're like, well, is it? Did you just not play a very good army? Really have to see how things fall out for AdMech? What a rad joke. Necrons got wrecked? Alright, man. Whatever you say. Whatever, my dude. Guard got buffed unless you're on all RD lists. Yeah, they definitely, I think, wanted to curb the power of indirect fire. That was a big part of it too. Like, obviously, changing Overwatch, not interact with indirect fire as much, and then a lot of the indirect fire units in the game got nerfed. So they just keep wanting, like, people keep complaining about indirect fire, and they keep wanting to touch it. And I guess that's fair. Like, I think ultimately indirect fire units are kind of annoying. It just sucks that they sort of continuously get hit because people complain about them, even though a lot of them are less playable now. I was having a discussion with some local players about whirlwinds the other day. And they were like, yeah, you could, if Desolator squads get nerfed, you could replace them with, like, multiple whirlwinds. And I was like, can you? Because that unit averages, like, 1 damage if it's firing indirectly. Which is not a great place to be. Just wait for them to leave cover. Because, like, Inceptors are the indirect fire Space Marines now. Just show up next to them and kill them with their guns. With your guns that actually do a lot of damage. That are 3 damage and AP4 or whatever. So I'll take a look at World Eaters points. Yeah, we haven't actually looked at World Eaters. They didn't get any mechanical changes, but but points changes probably go a long way there. Angron's at the same. I guess he doesn't compare quite as unfavorably to Magnus anymore. Now that Magnus is more expensive. Magnus was less expensive than Angron. Oh my god. Magnus at 440 is still for sure good. 8-bound down 20 points. Exalted 8-bound down 30. Whoa, 10 points a model. That's huge. Jackals went down 5. Corn Berserkers down 3 points a model, solid. KLOS went down 45. I guess that's fine because they don't see through walls anymore. Yeah, that feels much better. And the Lord of Skulls actually feels much worse now. Because it's slow and can't go through walls. So you never want to put it behind terrain, so it didn't get any of the benefits from the new towering mechanic, but it doesn't get any of the benefits of the old towering mechanic. Like its shooting is like fine as in World Eaters. Like you can't supercharge it as well as you can in other factions. But previously you would deploy it on the line, and your opponent had to deal with it, right? Because it would shoot you early game if you could see it. Now you can hide from it, so it doesn't really do anything early game, and it just gets shot because it has to stay out in the open because it's not fast enough and doesn't have super heavy walker. So the Lord of Skulls might actually be really bad. Karn the Betrayer went down 15. Invocatus went down 15. Demon Prince went down 20. Winged Demon Prince went down 20. Defiler down 20. Warriors Defiler was more expensive than other ones. I guess that's fair because it's good in melee. Forge Fiend went up 20. All right, unnecessary, my dude. The World Eater's Forge Fiend is the worst of the Forge Fiends. It's so bad. It forces a Battle Shock check on somebody. It's like an out-of-phase Battle Shock check, which I think is supposed to be used to Battle Shock someone so they can't interrupt you, except that you're going to kill yourself out of charge range, so it's like really bad to shoot them anyway. Hellbrute went down 10, Helldrake went down 5, Land Raider went down 25, solid. Lord on Juggernaut went down 20. Mauler Fiend went down 20. That's pretty okay. The Mauler Fiend hits pretty hard. Annihilator is the same. Yeah, all the Predators are the same. Rhino went down 10. Terminator Squad went down 1 point per model. Those are some good points changes right there, chat. You get it. You grab like 150 points, almost 200 points. Unless you're running 8-bound. 8-bound got super cheap. But you grab like 100, 150 points out of most of your armies, which seems pretty solid. I like that. Harry Dan down to 610 seems interesting. Yeah. So I have my Harry Dan emote. No, I don't. Do I have it on my other monitor? No. Sad. I think I took it off because it was broken. But yeah, I'm a little excited about Harry Dan for sure. I think we'll give that guy some play. He does seem pretty solid in some of the new detachments. Getting rerolls in for 1 CP in Synaptic Nexus seems like kind of nutty. Or deep striking turn 1 and remaining airborne in Vanguard Onslaught also seems kind of nutty. So, and you can heal him in Assimilation Swarm. Like, he actually has really good synergy with all of the new detachments. Harry Dan might actually be the truth. Like, he might literally be the way to go. At 610. So yeah, I don't know. Could be good. Just want to put Votan on the table now because it's plausible instead of implausible. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Like, I don't know if it's good, but at least it's something, you know? It did feel like playing against Votan. I played a couple games against Votan in tournaments, you know, previously to this, and it just like felt like such a fucking train wreck, dude. They're like, all right, roll hundreds of attacks, take 2 damage, and you're like, okay, I'll attack you back, kill half their army. Like, all right, your go, I guess. And they're like, here's a bunch more attacks. It's all hitting on 4s and stuff. Miss a bunch of times. Oh, we're in melee. We can't do anything about it. We just live here. Get killed by like random Space Marine guys. Yeah, it was like really awkward. But I think now the fact that their attacks are going to be more efficient because they have more judgment tokens starting on the board, and they have more units to do stuff with and to generate judgment tokens. You know, I think we're getting somewhere. Plus, they have more sustained CP generation because they have more options to get to kill things to get judgment tokens or to get command points back, which is kind of nice. And CP generation, one of the reasons that we see some changes to things like Swarmlord, I think, is that with the updates to the free strat abilities, CP generation is more impactful now. So getting just CP instead of using it instead of getting free strats, it's no longer that free strats are just like significantly better because you can use them on multi CP things and you can duplicate the stratagems. It's now that like they're probably closer to balance because you can only use the free strats on some stuff. Whereas the CP you can use on anything, but the CP is less efficient. So, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a side upgrade. The more I think about it, the more I like it. The music I'm playing is also used in Yu-Gi-Oh! Legacy of the Duelist. Really? Yeah, all my music is just from the YouTube audio library, which like is sort of like open license music. That's super funny though. That's used in a Yu-Gi-Oh game. I love that. You're still capped at once per turn? Yeah. It's once per battle round. Once per battle round. Once per game. You don't get the CP from killing each token once? Is that the case? Oh, you're right, chat. No, you're right. Yeah. Ignore me. Yeah, there's a clause in the middle of the rule that I missed. Yeah. You can only gain CP this way once per battle round. Yeah, or once per battle. Yeah. That's less good. Okay. Yeah. Well, fair enough. I think I saw the beginning, start of any of your command phases, and I saw the end, exemption to the normal limit on core roll CP generation. I missed the middle one that said once per battle. Yep, you're totally correct. So, oh well. How do Swarmlord and Hive Tyrants function differently now? Like, are you asking in general, or like what? So, I mean, if you haven't read the data sheets, the Hive, all the generic Hive Tyrants give you a once per turn ability to use a stratagem for free, even if you used that stratagem previously. That has been nerfed in this update to only work on a select number of stratagems, which, to be fair, are mostly the stratagems you were going to use them on anyway. So it was kind of a little bit of a downgrade, but it was whatever. So it is basically up to potentially 4 free CP per battle round, but it wasn't really. It was mostly 2 free CP because you would use... now it's mostly going to be like, it's like 1.5 CP free for battle round, because sometimes there are stratagems you use on your own turn, but less often, and there are usually stratagems that you use for free on your opponent's turn. And Swarmlord just in your command phase gives you an extra command point. So Swarmlord is a guaranteed 1 CP. Hive Tyrant is probably you get 1 to 2 free strats. So the Hive Tyrant's like slightly more efficient, but more limited on what it can do. Making changes to armies in their target win area. So I mean, so that's what I was sort of talking about earlier, chat. You can't look at win rates currently and take almost any information from them, right? Because you look at a faction right now and you're like, oh, they're a 50% win rate. It's fine. Well, it's not, right? Because they're losing like 15% win rate to the top 2 or 3 factions in the game. So you nerf, if you took Eldar, right, and you removed Eldar from the ecosystem, and suddenly all of those losses, those like 90% losses that they had to Eldar, there were some factions, by the way, chat, that and I think this statistic is still true. In the events that were tracked, I don't believe Leagues of Votann ever won a game against Genestealer cults. I think they had a 0% win rate. And I was told that anecdotally. It might not be entirely correct, or it might be, close. But I think they were like 90% to lose against Eldar, and they were 0% to win against Genestealer cults. So you take, and obviously most factions in the game have a little bit better win rate against the top stuff, but it's still like probably 70 or 80% to lose. So you take all of those losses that are depressing them, and you remove those, and suddenly that win rate shoots up, right? So suddenly, well, I'm a 50% faction. Are you? Because I think you're more like a 58 or 60% faction. You're just being depressed by 2 or 3 factions that are absolutely trucking you every single game. So you look at the factions within that, the 45 to 55%er, and you're like, oh, those factions are fine. Well, they're not. They're really not, because those factions are very good. It's just that they're not super broken. So what they're doing is they're trying to preemptively nerf the factions that they believe will benefit the most from the other factions being depressed. So they have to sort of cut the difference, right? They'll be like, all right, well, we need to do a change that will 10% or 20% decrease the win rate of Eldar, which will probably 5% increase the win rate of a lot of other factions. So we have to nerf those a little bit. So that actual increase is only like 3%. And, you know, whether they went too hard on that, I think is a matter of perspective. And we'll certainly see whether or not that's the case moving into the future. But that's the reason that we see changes to a lot of factions that you wouldn't normally, you know, expect to see changes from. You know, so you look at like Necrons. Like Necrons were probably a fine win rate, right? Like they were okay. Well, not really, because they died to Custodes every time, basically. And Custodes were doing pretty well and would kill Necrons 100% of the time. And so it's like, well, we nerf Custodes, we make that win rate worse. Suddenly Necrons are probably gonna be super strong. And the same with Tyranids, where it's like Tyranids died to Eldar or whatever. So we kill Eldar and suddenly like Tyranids need to be reined in. And we'll see. We'll see if it was okay. Yeah, there were some stuff that I'm not 100% sure I agree with. Definitely the Imperial Knights nerf is like kind of nuts. I think maybe they're expecting the fact that Imperial Knights don't have that auto lose matchup where your opponent has a ton of anti-tank and you can't hide from it and they just shoot you off the table in the first turn. Because Imperial Knights can hide now, you don't have that problem. But also the flip side happens, where you have the armies that are super lightly armored, and Imperial Knights just kill them immediately because they can't hide from towering. So I think they're maybe overvaluing the defensive aspect of towering for Imperial Knights, but because they also lost the offensive aspect of it. But I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Biovores too overcosted to play? No. Biovores are like a one. You take one Biovore like every list, so really you're only paying extra 10 points, and I think it's still fine. And they're harder to kill and got a better save. So it's I don't know, it's a solid increase. It's fine. We did look at Blood Ninja's chat, yep. I agree, yeah, because the core rules are changing, so it's tougher to see like the knock-on effects of that. And I do think that, yeah, there's definitely some like specific matchups that kind of get hit really hard by that. So I don't know. Mortarion got a points cut. Yeah, I mean the entire Death Guard faction got a points cut. Death Guard seem like they're gonna be pretty cool. I like the Death Guard change. I like it when they take the opportunity to do something really interesting with the faction. Because they took what was, I mean, kind of a boring mechanic in 9th edition, but at least had some interesting use cases where you could like take special contagion abilities, and then you could like use stratagems to contribute them to other units and then expand them and then affect them with psychic powers, and like you could like wombo combo, like mix the concoction of the contagious nerdle together to like create this like annoying combo that your opponent had to deal with. And they just like cut all of that out in 10th edition, and I'm glad that it's back in a little bit, where there's at least a little bit of like interesting optionality to contagions rather than just being like this -1 toughness. Kind of boring. We still think Eldar are top. Sight unseen, without seeing a game played, I would say yes. I still think Eldar are top. I think Eldar are top. I think Necrons are very strong. I hesitate to say Space Marines. They got points cuts, but they like the Desolation Squads are really like sort of pulling the faction together, and I'm not sure where that ends up. The Tau points decreases are kind of nutty. Tau might actually be really good right now. Orcs were already good and just side graded their points, so Orcs might be in the top there. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure where other stuff lands. Tau might be there. Thousand Suns were in a position to be good, and especially I think the Death Wound change actually helps Thousand Suns a little bit. They don't have they can't like do the thing where Magnus, like, full of rerolls, fish is super devastating and kills, like, 15 infantry in one go. But you could also always just flip to sustained hits with Magnus anyway, which I think you're going to do more often now. So I think the changes are really cool for Thousand Suns, but in some situations they actually make them much better because they get around mortal wound protection. So that's pretty good. So Thousand Suns were probably in a position to be extremely good, but they did get very hefty points nerfs, which is I think was ultimately very fair. Like Tyranids might be still okay, at least like solidly upper mid tier. I think Thousand Suns are probably pretty okay. I think I'm pretty in on Tau. I think Tau are probably pretty solid. Grey Knights might be good too, because they got super deeper points cuts as well. Breachers with a Devilfish are 165, yeah. Yeah, it's 75 for the Devilfish and 90 for the unit, right? Yeah, that's like really efficient. I'm not even sure that that's like a Crisis team with a commander went down like 40 points. Like, the unit that they were already taking in droves got way cheaper. And I think a lot of it's like, well, there is some heavy armor coming back in. Land Raiders are super cheap now. So we might see a lot of T12 come back too. Which could be problematic for Tau. Although, like, what's the Hammerhead gunship at? It's like super cheap now, right? It's like 130. You might just pop those with Hammerheads, easy peasy. Yeah, 130 and Long Strike's 140. 4 Hammerheads is 520 points. It seems like probably okay. I'm gonna be honest, chat. Think we'll see Harlequins on the table finally? No, I don't think so. I mean, I think, like, will you see Harlequin units? Yeah, I think the Jester is still, like, amazing. And did it get a nerf? We went through the Eldar points changes, but I didn't see it. Oh, it went up like 15, I think. Did the Solitaire get nerfed? Nope, Solitaire's the same. But like Harlequin troops did not change. Yeah, so I don't think you see like Harlequins as like a holistic faction. I don't think that's really like on Gibbs Workshop's radar right now to make a really good thing. Honestly, once the Codex comes out, you'll see a Harlequin detachment that'll be sick, and then Harlequins I think will be back. But until then, I would, you know, just play normal Eldar stuff. Play your tell your opponent your Harlequins are Shadow Specters, and that their pistol shoots a huge blast, and you're probably okay. Four Hammerheads equals 1 Wraith Knight. I mean, I don't know who wins that fight now, honestly. Because the Hammerheads can hide from the Wraith Knight, right? And it can't Phantasm anymore. So, like, it's not just like whoever goes first. Those Hammerheads might just pwn that dude. Surprised they increased Voidsman? Yeah, they wanted to hit the Imperial Agent units that were more efficient than in-faction options. Like, that's been a perennial problem for the Imperial Agent stuff, where it's like, well, suddenly every 5-man infantry squad in my entire codex is worthless because I could take 2 exaction squads for 15 points less per, right? You know, as soon as, like, they specifically printed prosecutors to be the chaff infantry in a Custodes army, and then you would never ever take a prosecutor because exaction squads were so much better. And that's just like a problem. Your out of faction options should never be superior to your in-faction, like strictly superior to your in-faction options. They should offer you different tools, or you know, shore up the weaknesses in the faction. Otherwise, like Imperial Knights not being able to take infantry, you can shore that up by taking 2 exaction squads. That's fine. especially if you pay a little bit of a premium for them. But the fact that exaction squads were better and cheaper than every in-faction option, and the same for Voidsmen, because they were 8 points a model, I think, for a 5-man squad, was like a little. They're 8 points or 8 points a model for a 5-man squad, I think, with an assault weapon and a heavy weapon, right? Because they had the rotor cannon guy and the art and the shotgun guy, so they weren't quite as dumb as exaction squads, but they were very, very good. What do I think about the new Tyranid Codex and the new units? I think the detachments are super cool and interesting and fun. It's a shame about Crusher Stampede, but the other stuff is sweet. The Norn Emissary and Assimilator have been a big wet fart, in my opinion. They're super expensive and have very little damage output. They're just tanks, but especially with the new Devastating Winds change, they're not even that tanky. Not for their points value. But that said, the Neurolictor is fucking nuts. That thing is insanity. I'm almost in just like windmill slam in on 3 Neurolictors in every single Tyranid list that I make. So it's a side grade. It's a big side grade. I'm really happy with the Codex, I think, ultimately. I think it adds a lot of new and interesting ways to play Tyranids, and it adds some sweet new armies or new units to the faction. Towering gone. But it's not totally gone, but I think it's significantly improved. Yeah, it's how it should have been the whole time. I'm not gonna like dread playing against the Titanic unit, even if it's not that good against me, because I'm just worried it's gonna like accidentally one-shot all my support, you know? Like, you don't have to jump through hoops to make sure your true line of sight is blocked in every like possible way. Yeah, I'm hyped. I'm hyped for the changes to towering. I think it's amazing. There are Tyranid Ferrore. There are some transcriptions of the Neurolictor datasheet is on Warhammer Community. You can just go look at it there. In their preview article about Vanguard Onslaught. There are transcriptions of the Norn units online, and if you want them, you PM me and I can give them to you. You can shoot me a message on Discord. They're just like literally somebody took they made a Word document and put all the rules in, and then made like a little faux data sheet out of it. It's fine. I don't know if it's 100% accurate, so I wouldn't take that to a tournament. But you know, for playing at the local game store, I think it's good enough. The leaks were all accurate. Yeah, that was crazy, honestly. It's been funny because they've been locked tight on leaks for the new units, right? Like all the Tyranid stuff was locked fucking down, except for that one mini wargaming video. Or should I not say who did it? It was mini wargaming. They released the video too early. But that was like 24 hours or 48 hours before the codex came out. It didn't even matter. And then this week, just the floodgates opened with all the stuff from. They had that Art of War leak. Art of War leaked the points values early by accident. They had the Custodians were leaked, where all the Custodians changes were leaked. There was the Towering. Somebody rumored the Towering leak early. Yeah. It was also funny too that the I guess they leaked somebody I made a video about it on the other channel, the second channel. They leaked the Ethical Hammer rules updates as official leaks, except that a lot of the Ethical Hammer rules updates were actually accurate. At least the Towering ones were, because that's how they play Towering and Ethical Hammer. And Games Workshop just totally yoinked that mechanic. Not that it was really proprietary or anything. It's a pretty common request for a rules update, but I think that's fun. That was funny. Not all very few of the other things that they suggested changed, but I appreciate that the Towering rules basically verbatim what Ethical Hammer played with. Any good way to build army lists out there besides GW app? Yeah, I mean, Battlescribe has the files. I know Rosterizer, some people swear by, but it's like super duper janky right now. Apparently it's like really performatively bad. It's like very slow to create lists, which is awkward. And then New Recruit is the one that I have been told about, and I think I registered on the website, and I haven't actually built a list with it yet. But that's the other one that people are using currently. Seems like Games Workshop looking at Tacoma Open and took the point changing from that. I mean, there's a lot of that. I think Games Workshop heavily weights their own US Open events in their results. Because, like, part of it is that those are the rules they can control, right? Whereas, like, you look at a WTC event and you're like, oh, these factions are doing really well. Well, part of that's because they use differential scoring. Part of that's because it might be skewed because people are prepping for a team format. And part of that's because WTC likes to just make up rules a lot of times. So, you know. Yeah, I would understand why Games Workshop would be hesitant to balance change based on alternate formats that aren't US Open. It is a little obnoxious that all their MetaWatch data comes directly from US Open and no one else, because I think the sample size gets very small. It's not like US Open events are particularly tiny, but from a statistical standpoint, an event with 200 players in it or 300 players in it is not a particularly great data. But if you're looking at 20,000 or 30,000 players across the world who play on a weekend, that's much more interesting and much more valuable. So, I don't know. It is what it is. It's up to them. I think it's whatever. Think it'd be okay to change the Knights if they hadn't limited Overwatch. Yeah, it's weird that they like don't have an exemption. Honestly, the Bondsman change is like flabbergasting to me. Because like Kis Rex got nerfed sort of passively because he got like they got the Overwatch nerf and Kis Rex basically lost his free strat essentially, right? He can't really like use it on anything. Can he literally use it on anything? Actually, let me. What is are there battle tactics in the Imperial Knights stratagem section? We looked at this and I think I've forgotten already. Thunderstomp got nerfed, so it's no longer a battle tactic. You can't use it on Squire. Oh yeah, Shoulder of the Burden's the only one. He can literally only use it on Shoulder of the Burden. So like, he basically lost an ability off of his datasheet, essentially. Which is awkward and bad. And then they also lost like so like you're already nerfing the faction like multiple ways. You're like I think making their win rate less spiky with the towering change. But then like you also nerf the bondsman abilities. Like that's weird. It's weird and strange. Like I don't get it. I want to know the rationale. Where they're like, oh, we created this like ecosystem where you have to take armigers and big knights in like equal numbers so that they synergize with each other, and then you just remove the synergy, and you're like, all right, so like the framework of this faction, like all of the like is just like totally destroyed. Like I don't know. It's weird. It's super weird. Brings them more in line with Chaos Knights by making it only affect armigers. But Chaos Knights don't even have that ability. Like, Chaos Knights have an entirely different thing, right? They have no, like, it's not like a 1-to-1 ratio. Chaos Knights just have, like, their Battle Shock Matter stuff, which is honestly, like, until we see a Codex, probably, it was significantly worse. Yeah, you would kind of think Imperial Knights were the big win rate faction for sure. Yeah. They have auras. Look at their data sheets real quick. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess they do. They have auras instead of like on the like targeted abilities with a longer range. All right. But their auras are also way worse. One of them gives +1 to leadership checks. Like, I don't know. I guess you're like, yeah, no, that's It's not. I can understand the rationale, but it's a stupid rationale. It's very dumb. All right, chat. Well, I think we're petering out a little bit, so I think we're gonna go ahead and wrap up. Yeah, ultimately excited by all these changes. I think it's gonna be great. Let me double check my schedule here real quick before we go off, because I'm gonna be live on the Purple channel, and I'm gonna be live on the Purple channel at. I'm gonna look very quickly at the schedule. Okay, I'm gonna be live over on Twitch in 3 hours. We're gonna be live with the Pod 8 finals. So, I mean, there'll be some gameplay happening. There'll be some stuff going down. But if we want to just like chillax and also talk about DATASLATE stuff while there's stuff going on, we can do that. So please come hang out with me over there. I don't think I'm gonna have time to rock a game between them. I was kind of wondering if I would get to sort of run a casual, but what I will probably do is just work on some content. So that'll be good. I might play afterwards though, so if anybody wants to hang out for a while over there, talk about some Tyranids, maybe play some Harry Dan. I don't know. We might do that. So please come out, hang out with me over on twitch.tv/TacticalTortoise. That's going to be at 4 p.m. US Eastern. So a little bit over 3 hours from now. Love to see you there. Otherwise, thanks everyone for hanging out today. We had a big stream today, huge stream. Thanks everyone to do all the new members in the super chats. I really appreciate you people. Yeah, I have exclamation point replay in chat, or you can visit twitch.tv/tat or youtube.com/TacticalTortoise. That is my replay channel, so that's where all my games go. I don't put my gameplay videos on this channel because they're very bad for the algorithm. Here you go, chat. But so I have a separate channel for that where all my games go, and I have one game with the new Tyranid Codex up there right now, and I will have another one up. I'll actually probably post it after this, so if you go subscribe over there, you'll see a second one up fairly quickly. And I will probably be having one battle report up there every day for the next couple of weeks, I think. Especially as I work my way through Tyranid detachments and getting experience with that stuff. So, yep, go check that channel out. If you're not subscribed over there and watch all my games, then please do so. I would appreciate it. All right, everybody. I will see you in a little while over on Twitch. Please come hang out with me. And thanks, everyone, for hanging out with me over here on YouTube. I think you're great and amazing. And I hope you remember to keep it classy and have happy wargaming. And enjoy some post-DATASLATE games, because I think it's going to be fun. Cheers, everyone.